From the broken ruins of Babylon, this is End of Days Radio. Hello, how are you? I'm excited. Today's date is June 16th, 2023. We are here at the Friday before Juneteenth. Happy Juneteenth to everybody out there. I am so freaking excited about Juneteenth. Excuse me, I had to sip my coffee there. For those of you just joining us, and you should be just joining us because the show just started, boy, you're probably wondering, where have I been? Well, as many of you know, there has been some heavy censorship against this show. It seems that the forces of I guess I shouldn't call them the forces of darkness because heck, they're listening right now. Let's just call them the powers that be. No, that sounds too positive. Let's just call them the assholes in the sky. The assholes in the sky are always watching, and they always want to silence me and silence this show. What do we have to do about that? Well, we have to keep on trekking no matter what happens, no matter what obstacles are placed in front of us. Just like Odysseus or Hercules or Superman, we have to overcome these obstacles. Let's see. Everybody who is joining right now, don't forget to stay tuned for the after show portion of the show. We're going to talk sports, a lot to talk about in that world. We are going to talk current events. And yeah, stay tuned. I'm excited. Well, specifically, we're going to be talking about this whole Conor McGregor thing, just to put a little teaser out there. But before we get to any of that, I did want to, not only Conor McGregor, but we will be also discussing the drama with the Oakland A's. Today's guest, the main event of the show today, is none other than fan favorite, friend of the show, longtime friend of the show, Sherry, aka Bella, whatever she prefers to go by. We are joined once again by Sherry, aka Bella, who has been a longtime participant in the show. She focuses on things like consciousness, the spirit world, all the weird stuff going on with the celebrities out there, Mandela effect, all of our favorite topics. Let's see here. We also have a full Rogues Gallery joining us as well. So plenty of friends to hop on panel. But let's start things off with our actual guest, Sherry. She looks ready. 3, 2, 1. There she is.
What's up?
Hello.
Hey, man, it's been a long time.
It has been a long time indeed, but it is great to have you here. I am so excited to have you once again on End of Days Radio. The last show we did together was quite popular. It got great ratings, and it's good to have you back. No doubt it'll be a repeat performance.
Like I had told Darby, she's like, "What are y'all talking about?" I said, "It can go anywhere. We have so many subjects and things to talk about. It's gonna flow good though, because I've known Daniel a long time, and it'll be awesome. We can go in any direction."
You got some wind flowing through your hair. Kind of got a Charlie's Angels things going on.
It is 110 here, and so I had to put a little fan, and I put it way back there, and it's on low. I'm hoping it doesn't disrupt the mic some, but yeah, I was trying to put it as far back to the wall as I could, and it's still doing that. Yeah, sorry about that.
Furthermore, we seem to be having a good connection this time. I can hear you loud and clear. It doesn't seem to be stuttering and sputtering. We had a little bit of an issue like that last time, but we still got plenty of content through.
I think it was getting I don't know, shadow banned or something.
Very possible. That has happened quite a few times. And I know what you mean about the heat. I mean, I sometimes have to have a fan going on me in this sweaty little room. I've got a window open right now, which I don't like doing because the whole world can hear what's going on inside of here in this small, closed knit
Maybe they'll
neighborhood.
learn something.
Exactly. Maybe they will listen in and become enlightened.
That's it. That's it. Look, I got my little refrigerator right here.
That's a
It's got,
fridge?
yeah, like
Oh,
I'm already
wow.
gonna get one of my little cokes out, my little baby cokes out.
For those of you listening to the podcast version, Sherry has a little pink refrigerator. It looks like it's from the 50s. It's got that
Yeah,
look like, the house of the future, like they do at the World's Fair. It's
I
full
did
of Coke.
miniature stuff. Yeah, it's
Are you a big
better than
Coke person?
it's really bad. I need to slow. Like I'm not a kid anymore, and I need to like slow down. I'm 53 years old, and it's my favorite thing. It really is. It's like my beer, whatever you would call it.
Oh yeah,
My
I know.
vice.
I'm a fan of Coke myself. I had a Coca-Cola Classic earlier with my Subway sandwich. Oh
Oh yeah.
man.
On Coke,
With
and then I make my own little pink cigarette. So we're gonna have a good talk tonight.
Oh, you
All
roll those or
prepared.
use a machine?
I do. Yeah. I started doing it, and I went from spending like 400 a month on mine, and Darby and Devin were spending like 200 a month on theirs, and all of ours is $137 for 2.5 months.
Oh, that's not bad.
Shout out to Windy City Cigars. I order everything from there because they had the pink tube, so they won.
That reminds me of when I used to when pot was illegal here, and I'd have to buy it illegally from a drug dealer, and I'd spend like $300 $400 a month on that stuff. It was such a waste of money. But now that it's legal, you can get like a whole month's supply for under $100. It doesn't
Oh,
even
well,
make any
that's
difference
good.
now.
Yeah. You see, I haven't got to partake in all that yet because when I was young, I was like a just say no dance team girl. And then I became a nurse, and you can get drugged if it counts off or something, they'll drug test you. So I say, when I retire, I'll give that a little shot, a little try or whatever and see what the big thing is. But I just can't right now. They say it stores in fat. So, it probably would be in there a few months if I tried it.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
So I'm
But
just like.
how is the nursing going?
It's going well. I'm actually working at a drug rehab, and I find what I've been doing, and I want to make it official and like teach a class. But I started noticing a lot of my patients when they'd get sober, they'd be like, "I think I died last night. I woke up and I was standing over my body, and I was trying to walk to the nurse's station to like tell you something or whatever, and it felt like my feet were stuck in the mud and all." And I'm like, these people are totally having out of body experiences, and I want to teach them to like go ask to meet their addiction, see how it presents itself, and find out why it's there. Like I've got to interview Robert Wagner and stuff before, and those kind of things. So I know that would be really therapeutic for them. So I'm going to present it to my bosses. I've been there 5 years now, but I'm going to call it dream work instead of lucid dreaming because loose scares everybody with Lucifer. So
Ah,
it
I
just they
haven't
don't
thought
like
of
it.
that before, but yeah,
I
that I wow, that's another one. I mean, I got pretty into the Lucifer stuff, and those sort of little word plays are a lot of fun, and you can literally find them everywhere. But yeah, Lucifer is he's a false light. He's not a good guy at the end of the day. He's
right,
quite devilish.
and yeah, like a lot of people try to deny stuff like that, but there's definitely evil forces out there. I've tried to like search everything from one end to the other, and I've said I always come back to Jesus. You know what I mean? Like I've never left him. But I mean, just like there'll be people that say that they're one entity and stuff like that, and I don't know. I just feel like there's a little bit more to both sides than what some people say. I don't know.
Well, I
I'm
think of
still
that.
learning.
Have you seen that movie, The Da Vinci Code?
I did, but it was a long time ago, and I probably fell asleep during it. I need to rewatch it.
Yeah, that movie is kind of about that whole thing. At least in my opinion, it is. It's because the elite. they believe that they're related to Jesus. And some of these conspiracy writers, they've said that the Antichrist is going to be from their bloodlines, meaning he's going to be from, he's going to descend from their family circle, basically, and that's how they're going to deceive the world.
Wow, like I lately, I just in the last few days, I was kind of like, every once in a while, I like trip myself out, and they were saying that like AI was going to rewrite the Bible and stuff, and I was like, well, wait, could that be what was going on with some of the Mandela effects? But then part of me feels like they're being done either by us from the future or from maybe the creator or something giving us messages, because there seems to be messages in them for sure.
I was kind of thinking that myself, like, okay, everything is AI right now. And I saw one of those little memes somebody made, and it was something about how the AI traveled through time and it talked to Moses and something like that, and was causing us to worship it. And it has to like make sure it reinvents itself, and the whole cycle will start over again. It does kind of make a little bit of sense because this AI stuff is really tripping me out right now. I never thought it
Yeah,
would
me
reach
too.
this level so quick.
Right, right. And like they say, what I've been telling everybody is it's crazy because they always say any technology that they have, they've had it for like 60 years or whatever. Like they if they didn't just give it to us right when they found it, you know. And so they've probably been using it or whatever. So as much as I'd like to think it's not control, alt delete, retype my Berenstein Bears. Like I mean, like there's messages in all of them. It's kind of interesting.
The one that's been getting me lately, you might have even mentioned this to me before. I don't remember, but the whole Shazam movie that had Sinbad in it that came out when I was a kid. I specifically remember Shazam. I mean, I literally have memories of Sinbad playing a genie, and he was wearing those shoes with the little curls at the end of them, big poofy
Yeah,
pants, lots of rings, which he had even in his personal life. And the fact that his name was Sinbad made him perfect. Already has that like Middle Eastern sort of feel to it. But then they came out with that movie years later, like 10, 15 years later, called Kazam,
right.
that had Shaquille O'Neal in it. Weird stuff, because I specifically remember Shazam, and Sinbad even recently made a joke of it. He kind of like he dressed like a
Hmm.
genie and said, "Hey, I'm Shazam." Like he's kind of making fun of the whole thing. But
Yeah,
that's one, along with Berenstain Bears or Berenstain Bears, which I remember. That's one of the ones that sticks out the most to me. The Shazam thing. That's clear as day.
yeah. That was my first one. Was seeing bears. Actually, like I've told people before this story, but I was in second grade and I had to read a book out loud to the class. It was Seeing Bears, and I had a friend in class named Laura Seinfeld. And so I said Berenstein, and the teacher corrected me and said Berenstein, and that's how I learned een and ein. And I was really sensitive, and I like would cry and stuff like that on the easy. And so I mean, it was traumatic to me, and I remembered. And when I saw that it was Berenstain in September of 2015, which was around like a solstice or something, or an equinox, a lot of people seem to find out they're Mandela affected around those times. It's interesting. And I knew right then, I knew. And you know what I said in my mind? And I mean, everyone does that. Who's they? They're probably practicing to change the Bible. And then the next thing you know, I saw the Lord's Prayer where it said, Father art in heaven, hallowed be the name, kingdom come, and will be done in earth as it is in heaven instead of on earth. And that I was like, oh my gosh, it's happening, you know? And so my thing is, and like Go Kart Bob just had said that AI can't tell the difference between truth and lies. Here's something interesting. I noticed that some people, well, the International Mandela Effect Conference people had went on there and they were bringing up like Mandela effects, and then the AI would say, no, you're wrong, it's Berenstain, and then they would explain, no, it was Berenstain, and I mean, they said more details, and it would come back and say, oh, I apologize, it was Berenstain. It's done this with a lot of them, so it does learn stuff. So I think we can put stuff into it, but I wouldn't doubt if we can put stuff into it with our thoughts and the things that we speak also. Like there's a lot going on.
Yeah, yeah, it's scary stuff, especially considering the fact that they may have been using this type of AI if 60 years ago, and we'd have no idea. We might have been having some of these like weird experiences with gang stalkers and stuff like that. It may have always been the same AI. They're just simply now finally letting us have a peek at it.
Right. And because I had thought the other day, like I was so afraid back when, because I'd had the craziest things happen, and it would say stuff to me in comments or in live chats that just I would know. And it would seem, I was like, oh, it's psychic spies and all this stuff, but now I'm feeling like it was probably just that.
Yeah, I've been having similar thoughts, especially since I was really thinking to myself, is anything that I've been sent or anything I've seen something that could not be created with like CGI or graphical software and stuff of that nature? It seems to me like they could make it look supernatural just to kind of scare the living crap out of you. But at the end of the day, it could just be this AI because I've seen the paintings made by the AI. I've seen the videos made by the AI, the songs and music stuff made by the AI. This woman, and I think she may have been in my state, I don't remember, but somebody called her using an AI voice sample of her grandson and got her to give money. The scammer got her to give money to him using an AI generated voice, kind of like the Terminator movies when Arnold
Right.
gets on the phone, and the T-1000 did it in T2 as well, where he was copying the voices in order to lure somebody to a certain place or trick them somehow.
Right. It's scary, and like, like sometimes I was thinking, like, I'd hate, what I'm trying to do is look at this reality kind of like a game, and try to appreciate the synchronicities that I've had, because I've literally had reality bend in the most miraculous ways to show me signs of things. And like I saw a UFO. A lot of people that know me know that I saw Michael Jackson by my bed, and like I wasn't a fan, but I try to look at like the things that he said was like nothing less than like a Buddhist monk would say. Like, he said, you need to focus, you need to remember who you are. It's not like AI type. I don't know. It could, I don't know. It's just, I'm just trying to like take what's presented to me and put a positive spin on it to get through. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that actually reminds me of certain points that I've brought up in the past, where there's these movies out there where it's like the organic spirit is fighting the machine, whether it's the Matrix, or you could go really back in time and look at the movie Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla. In fact, Godzilla fights Mechagodzilla again in one of the newer movies that just came out, Godzilla versus Kong. But basically, Godzilla is fighting a robot version of himself. He's getting his butt kicked throughout most of the movie until the end, when he finally he comes through and he wins. But it's the same thing. This repeated idea of flesh versus machine or spirit versus machine, and that's actually something that we see in Gnosticism too.
Right.
The material influences versus the spiritual influences.
Yep. And you know what? It's really funny you said that, because I had came back from a trip in like 2019 or something. And long story short, my friend made me take her to her ex-husband's house, and we found him dead. Okay, basically. And he had a Godzilla on his TV, and she gave it to me, and she said, I think you should have this. And I literally just was going through my trunk to get out some plates. Darby's moving, and we had some chicken, and she'd already packed the plates and had some paper plates. And I like pulled out Godzilla. I'm like, that's kind of weird that you mentioned that. It's those kind of things.
Wow.
Like, how does that,
Wow.
does a computer, yeah, could a computer program that? Like, I don't know. It's interesting. I just have things like that happen all the time.
You guys are going on about some deep stuff this evening.
It's Todd. How
How you
are you?
doing?
I didn't recognize you. How are you?
Oh, I am so good. Yeah, I'm alive. Yeah, they haven't killed me. The machine
It's
hasn't
so
immersed itself around me yet.
it's
It's
so
so
good
good
to
to
see
see
you.
you. When
I
Daniel
hope
said you were
Daniel,
coming on here, I'm like, oh, I can't wait.
can you leave us all on there because like when I'm talking, it's just me on there. I just like it better when you're on there and keep us all on there. Or no, you can't.
Who?
Like when you go off the screen. Like I
Yeah,
think you turned it
we've
off.
been becoming a little bit more like, I guess, a talk show lately. It's kind of like the
Oh,
paranormal version of The View.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Oh, okay.
and
No, I'm just
people,
saying I like seeing you guys. I like seeing you guys while we talk. That's all I'm saying.
I
Same
think
here.
people, I think people would rather hear our comments than the garbage they're getting anywhere else on TV or
I think we're
YouTube.
pretty cool. No,
Yeah, we're pretty cool. I think people are tuning in. They're like, what do those guys have to say? We know what these assholes out here have to say. So what are these guys talking about? It's pretty cool. Kind of like
that is
Howard Stern
fun.
used to be before that became a garbage pod,
Yeah, it's so good to hear
show.
y'all's voice.
Oh, it's good to see you, Sherry. Well, you guys are going deep down the rabbit hole. Don't let me distract you. Keep going.
Um,
I'm
no,
trying
I
to
was
add
just
another person, Clint Eastwood, but it says that he does not have a mic or a cam hooked up, so I'm unable to add him. Looks like he's working on it, so we'll stay tuned and hopefully be able to add him to panel later on.
Oh, I like Clint Eastwood. I hope he comes back. Sherry, I love these concepts you're bringing up, some of these ideas. Um, Man, the stuff is so deep and it's so weird that even seasoned people that have been following this stuff for years are bogged down in the mystery
yeah,
of it all right now. It is really weird. They didn't
And there,
do a flip. You know, they were you know how they've been scared. You know, you've heard for years they're going to come in real fast and take this over, and suddenly they're going to be in control. That hasn't occurred, but they did do a number on us with the you know the demic thing.
Hello.
Hello,
hey Clint,
Okay.
Clint. What's going on?
I was just having a malfunction with the audio.
Good to see you.
no
get it
worries.
straight.
We have a long history of audio issues on this show, but we persevere.
Especially
Well,
if we're talking about controversial subjects.
one thing, I was gonna, I had literally just made a video about it because, I wanted to, well, when you're talking about like, they had the, did you guys hear about the Las Vegas shot kid that like saw the UFO and all that and then the cops
Oh,
So,
heck
called?
yeah.
Now
yeah,
they're acting like they're missing, but they're saying the family's missing and not talking, but the child's been like all over social media on like TikToks and getting interviewed and everything
the
at
child.
like
How old is
14.
he?
Yeah,
How old is he?
14.
14.
14. Yeah. And
They were
but the
showing
news is saying
videos.
they're missing. It's scary.
That
They
is
were
scary.
showing videos on YouTube claiming to be pictures of an alien in some tractor or something. Have you guys seen that?
No, not
Oh yeah,
yet.
I've seen that.
Yeah,
They go out the back door and the people in Las Vegas are saying, there he is, he's in there, and they're filming it, you know, and they're showing you look at it and you can't make anything out. It kind of looks like an insect head inside
Oh,
of a
the insect alien
it looks like
conspiracy is
insect eyes.
I think that one might be legit. Maybe not aliens, but some kind of giant insects that have
Have you
some
guys
kind of
seen that?
supernatural powers.
Have you seen that video?
I seen it, but personally, I think what they did was after the event, they created like somebody created CGI to like release out there to kind of ride the wave and get a bunch of
Yeah,
views and stuff like that because there wasn't footage like that at first, and then all of a sudden there's kind of like this semi-fake looking footage after
right.
all this like legitimate sounding sort of talk. It feels very suspicious to me. Not the event itself, but the footage of the alien that came out afterwards.
Yeah, the next day or 2 days later, right?
Well, I wanted to tell at least this will be new for Clint Eastwood. It'll be review for both of y'all, but here's I was watching that where Stephen Greer went to Congress and presented his stuff, and they had the people speak out, and they were explaining their UFO stories and everything. And I'm like, but the one that I saw, and it very quickly the story went like this. It was in 2014, and I was in my above ground pool, and like if I was standing in the pool, and I like I could reach my arm out and touch the side of the pool, so I was like that far away. Well, coming down from over my rooftop came a 4.5 by 5 foot diameter ball. It could have kind of looked like
It was
a
chrome.
weather balloon or something, but no, it was opaque, cream colored, but it looked peach because there was a fire burning in the center. And I saw this thing up close and personal. There was no ventilation or anything like that. It comes down, it's right in front of my face, and it's just hovering there. And I'm looking at it. I'm not scared. I'm just in awe, like, wow. And I'm like, but I am like frozen, but it's just because of shock. I don't think it froze me.
Was it an object? Was it a solid object?
It was a round ball with a fire in the middle. And it looked, yeah, it was like a fireball, but it was like literally if I'd have been standing against the edge of the pool, I could have touched it. But I was sitting there and I wanted to scream for Darby, but I couldn't physically scream. And then I remembered she wasn't home. Go ahead.
Did you experience any type of secondary effects like radiation burns or
Have a rash or something?
any type of sickness,
Time dilation,
or
eyeballs burned?
No.
Did you have any like weird
symptoms.
dreams around the time?
Well, I've had a lot happen since 2010, but well, here's the thing. So the thing's hovering in front of me, and I'm wanting to scream for my daughter and realize she's not home. But then, just like the voice of an angel, I hear her behind me. She came home with her boyfriend, and she said, "Mom, I'm right behind you, and I see it too." And I never looked at her, but I was like, "Oh, thank God, I have a witness." The second I had my 2 witnesses, sounds kind of biblical.
Yeah.
The thing floats up this way towards my shed. It gets right above my shed, and I swear to God, y'all, it shoots up in less than 2 seconds. It's an orange star in the sky, and it like blinks out. Now,
Wow.
I did contact MUFON, and they're asking me all these questions. I just remember I was like, no. They're like, did you have any missing time? I'm like, no. Was there any cattle mutilated in there? No, and all that. But the thing that's funny, this is the best part in the end, and I'll be quiet. Y'all are gonna freak out. 3 or 4 months, we keep talking about it. You know, it's like if you were sitting in the middle of it, the fire would be right at your heart, and you'd see those pictures on like Ancient Aliens of the like little UFO, and it has a little man in there driving. I'm like, that's what we saw. And like, so we're sitting there one night, and the boy that was with Darby speaks up, and he's like, Jeremy, he's like, look, I'm sorry, I gotta say something. Y'all been saying that this thing was 4.5 feet by 5 feet in diameter, and I'm telling you, no. He was acting like we were like the people, like the fish was this big we caught when it was only this big. He said it was the size of a dinner plate. It was an orange ball back in the tree line. And then I was like, why would he see it different? But later on, I talked to a psychic, and she said it was a spirit guide for me and Darby. We saw it the same way, and he's in our soul group, but in a different aspect of it. And that's why he observed it differently. And I like that story.
What if he didn't see it at all?
Huh?
I've experienced like ghost stuff before where certain people didn't see stuff. We've seen these bouncing lights on a lake, but like whenever I've in the trip community, I've noticed a phenomenon of like, or I'm a UFO believer. I don't know what they are, but I've seen a cigar one and an orange one and a red one. And like but in the trip community, I noticed that I believe that you've seen it, but like, since I had it was like a will-o-wisp. It was like there was a group of people, we were hiking, and there was a ball of light that was bouncing on the shoreline of a swamp. And we thought it was like a jogger at night with a flashlight in his shoe or something. But like only me and my friend Jerry seen it, and then the 5 other people didn't see it. And we're like, you can't see that right there?
That's a good description. That's a good description. Well, it stays camouflaged because it looks so out of the ordinary. It looks so out of place.
Well, it was weird though, because in the trip community, I've noticed like for psychedelics, there's a lot of people that will pretend to like see what you see. And I wonder if maybe he didn't see the UFO or something.
I think he saw something because he was acting like we were exaggerating because, you know, he'd only saw this like dinner plate size orange orb thing back in the tree line. And that's when I started thinking,
Huh.
what if it was projected? You know, like I'm like, so
What-
I always,
did-
I don't always, I always.
Did it have like an aura to it, or like a? Did it look like it was glowing?
Yes. Yeah, it was. But the thing is, it wasn't nighttime. It was like at dusk. So,
Was
I
it
mean,
like
it really
electricity glowing, or?
it looked like I said. I could tell it was cream colored, but the fire from it made it look peach colored. If that makes
It
sense.
sounds like plasma.
It was 2
Like
feet
a
away
tequila
from you,
sunrise.
or it was 2 feet away from you, or 3 feet away from you. How far away did you closest?
It literally was like an arm length away,
arm
but
length.
I couldn't touch it from where I was at. But if I'd have been standing at the edge of the pool, I could have touched it. And look, I can add some more to this story that's really cool that I noticed later. Later on, I started noticing that in this line that this UFO was in, like where the pool was at. Okay, so there was that. If you go inward into the house, like you know, the eagle would fly or whatever, the portal that opened up where I saw Michael Jackson was in that line. And I wasn't a fan to anyone that doesn't know me at all. And then there was a shadow figure that children at our house for years would say would peek around our refrigerator, Adam, into
Whoa,
the
you got to
living room.
sorry.
Yeah.
And that it would walk, and I saw it one time, and it like walked, and I was watching the Michael Jackson Halloween special.
What year?
In front of one tower.
It was a
Sherry, what year
shapeshifter.
again was this?
2014.
What year was 2014?
I
There was a
seen
lot of
shadow.
weird shit going on 2012, 2013, 2014.
And I became Mandela affected in 2015. And then I was telling this story one time at work, and one of my patients is like, you know what that sounds like? It sounds like one of those German things they use for mind control. And I'm like, please don't tell me that.
My friend.
Well, what's interesting is shadow people often do that. They like to peek around corners or even behind like computer monitors. Yeah, if you watch some of those ghost shows on the Travel Channel, they're always doing stuff like that. They like to peek around stuff. I read a whole book about shadow people, and that's one of the major things that people see them doing.
I did see it. I didn't see that, but I saw it walk across it, and it was tall, and it walked across like, you know, you have towers and your TV in another tower, and it walked by like that, like it didn't even look at me. And I had, you know, that little stomach flip, you know, shock thing you have.
Like when you're on a roller coaster.
Yeah, I had that, and then like it didn't hurt me or do anything. It was just there. But I also had these blue plasma ball looking things outside. This is in the same line, and it would like make this ball and then drop, and then like their orb would like follow it down to the ground, and I would see those once in a while in my yard. And I feel, and another time, the last thing in that thing, one time I was taking a picture off the porch because I was calling orbs in to try to get a picture of my dad. I have a ghost picture of my dad, but anyway, I looked in my camera, and there was literally a Mary statue looking at an angle in my camera, but there was nothing when I snapped it. There was nothing on the picture or anything like that. I just saw her with my own eyes. But Marilyn Hughes, you know her, Daniel. She wrote. I found her because she was an out of body author, but she wrote books about Michael Jackson, and I was like, wow, someone else. But anyway, she said that people that see Mary sometimes see the statue, not the Mary. And I was like, really?
Was there lines in the picture that was like kind of zigzaggy bursts of light in the photograph at all?
Not in that one. It just looked like
elf lines?
I was taking a picture outside, and there was nothing remarkable.
Do you think it could have been like a psychic vision of
it could have been
holding the statue in your hand, maybe?
No, it looked like a stat. There's a lot of Catholic people around here, so they had them in their yard and stuff. And it looked like one of those classic Mary statues that's like maybe 24 inches. But it was just like weird. I could see her profile, but it was like an angle toward me, and then she had on, you know, her little stuff. You know,
I wonder if there's like a house nearby or something that has that statue that's somehow significant to you in a good or bad way.
I've always been like a pro Mary Magdalene, Jesus person, but I really haven't been, you know, into like Mary statues or anything like that. So that it
In
really
that
interested me.
in that year 2014, Sherry, was there anything weird or heavy going on in your life? Was there any weird things that happened that year around that time to you
I,
personally?
I I've had weird stuff happen every year
I'm
of my
saying,
life.
Did anybody
were there
die or
deaths
anything,
in the
or
Yeah,
family? Were
Sherry's
there
always having
tragedies?
woo stuff happen to
was
her.
In
I'll tell you,
2014, was there anything real dramatic happening, like serious
is
person you love dying or tragedy?
no, I mean, yeah, my dad died in 2014, actually. Actually, he died in all. Now, wait, I never put this together. That was in July, and my dad died in August on 8
Did
8.
Hmm.
yeah?
is your house built on haunted ground, perhaps?
Well, I know when they were,
Do you live on
it's
an
a full
Indian
house.
burial
The
ground? Yeah.
shadow people are weird because it's like, okay, so one time I was rolling a joint, and like, and like I tripped the day before, and I seen the shadow person peek out from behind my tapestry out, and like it was a full apparition, and it
Oh
was pitch
man, I crap
black.
my pants.
Well, like
Wow.
I kind of just looked back down and kept rolling the joint because I thought it was, I was still tripping maybe or
Stop
something.
rolling faster.
Well, then
Yeah, get her done.
then my friend that was standing behind me like pointed at it and was like, "Oh my god, a shadow person!" And
Also,
fucking,
they saw it too.
because I didn't even
Nice.
say anything. I said nothing, and then he pointed it out and screamed, and nobody else in the room seen it except for us
Wow.
two, and it was really weird.
Wow.
And like, it was a full, like, it makes me want to make like silver enchanted knives or some shit, because if I ever
Yeah.
see one of those things again, like, I mean, that shit's
Yeah.
scary. It's like
My wife saw a shadow person and she said it was a solid person sat at the bottom of her bed. She thought it was her brother because the lights were out. It was a long time ago when she was a young girl, but she said it was crystal clear black outline of a person that just
Yeah,
came
that's
and
what I
sat at the end
seen.
of her bed.
A black 2D outline. It was like it was crazy, like a break in reality, like fucking.
Yeah.
It was what's weird though is, okay, so like I've seen lights in the sky on psychedelics, but wasn't sure if I was seeing spiritual things or UFOs, but like I do think there's some kind of connection between the UFOs and ghosts and some kind of like non-human species of like elves or fairies, or like, I mean, for
Yeah,
all we know, there's like elves piloting those fucking crafts.
totally. Totally.
The
Probably something like
interdimensionality
that.
of it,
A
you know.
species that split off from mankind a long time ago, a separate species, developed technology, disappeared because of catastrophes, hid underground, still is flying
Yeah, it's
these
kind of like
things
if
around.
Lord of the Rings was
About
real, but at some point in the past, like the dwarves all of a sudden started like inventing flying craft, and they're like, "Man, these humans are out of control." So they just kind of go hide under the mountain, and they
or they
pop out
have
every once in a
things they're
while.
doing underground, so
That could
we
be why
just
they had
see
the
them
big
when
stone
they see them.
houses.
Oh yeah, look,
Totally.
I'm all about the elves and fairies. I haven't had a lot of like literal experiences with seeing them or anything, but you know,
The elves are real.
I know
Yeah.
one time someone
Do,
was hypnotizing me, and they were so said I was talking to the fairies of the universe, and there was some little sparks of light around me on the video.
you
Oh,
ever
So
heard
whoa.
of the
I don't
Hale
remember.
telescope?
The
It's
Hubble.
No,
no, the
I've heard
Hubble?
of the
Hale
Kepler,
Hale
but
George Ellery Hale. Technically, I learned this off the X Files. Or it
oh,
There
all
you go.
started
you
from the
learn a
X
lot off
Files.
those shows.
Must be true
Mulder
then.
Mulder on the X Files says, he's like, this telescope, Scully, and she's like, what about it? And he's like, George Ellery Hale seen an elf crawl into his window and
Oh hell
told
yeah!
him to get money from the Rockefellers to build the telescope. And
Fuck
fucking, I
yeah!
was like, what? No way. And I looked that up and
Hell yeah!
shit. I spent like 2 days looking that up.
I
And
don't
it
want
was
no
like,
elves crawling through my window.
well, it's like I think the story is legit where he was committed, and like,
Wow.
the problem was
Yeah.
is that he told other people, because you can't tell non-believers about the elves, or else you'll
You
become
can't
elf
tell them
bait.
about a lot of stuff. Yeah. But
Well,
One
I've
of
been
the
kind
I've
of
always been
obsessed with the
open.
story of Rumpelstiltskin, because Rumpelstiltskin comes out of another dimension, and he starts
Totally.
like weaving this gold together out of cotton or thread or
And
something like
time
that.
is passing,
That's
and
weird.
time's passing outside
Yeah.
when it's standing still where Rumpelstiltskin is.
It's
He's
like,
from
how did
El
these
Dorado.
people back
Travel.
then know all these weird time travel-ish other dimensional concepts?
Right.
There was
Bending.
They experience
Time.
the same stuff we do.
I had this one trip with my friends. This was like 10 years ago. I don't trip anymore because it's too dangerous.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, for your mind.
But like,
Psychonaut's a dangerous profession now.
we went to my friend's house, and he's like, "Oh, I got this pure psilocin." And we're like, "What?" Like, and then he
Pure
puts like
psilocin.
1 grain of sand on the end of a knife, and he's like, "Do it." And I'm like, is this even gonna do anything?
Do it.
And I'm like, fine, whatever,
No peer
It's
pressure there.
Scares me.
So he gave me and my 2 friends this like pure psilocin that looked like it was just like a tiny little grain of sand, and it looked like a tiny little speck.
Whoa.
And freaking, we drove 20 minutes back to my house, and he gave it to us for free, and it was, I don't know, but I didn't really want to trip
Nice
that
of
night.
him.
And
That was
like,
nice of him.
we were tripping really hard, and there was like Tetris shapes in the air that were like a blizzard, and like
Off a grain of sand.
Well, I was like nailed to the floor on this psychedelic, and fucking all I could see was colors and shit, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm gonna try the Terrence McKenna thing with the song, because he talks about the spirit songs of the ayahuasqueros, and the spirit song is called an Icaro, and I played one of the songs on YouTube and turned off all the lights, and me and my friends, it was me and my 2 friends that were tripping, we seen shoulder to shoulder, it flashed in and out with us, this like the room would disappear, and it would flash in and out with a village and a fire, and like we were shoulder to shoulder with people, but we couldn't see the people. They were shadow people, and like, but they weren't like the scary shadow people.
They were probably existing, and you were like a ghost in their time.
It was just really weird.
You were going back to their time, and you were like a ghost.
I think it might have been in the past, because I don't think they were alive.
A past life.
Like, we might have time traveled or something.
I've had a vision. I've told Daniel a bunch of my visions. I had a vision once where I woke up or something, and I was suddenly on this mesa. In the Southwest, they have mesas, like a plateau, and there was a giant ring of a ceremony that was going on, an Indian ceremony, and I was one of them.
Are you part
a giant
Indian?
Circle on top of. I am part Indian. My grandmother name was Skinner.
I'm part Indian.
Me too.
My grandma's name was Skinner. I live out here in Utah where Utes are. I don't know if it's Navajo. I'm not sure if it was Navajo or Utes, but yeah, part Indian.
My grandpa was 1/4 Cherokee.
But I had a vision that was like another life. It wasn't a dream. It wasn't a sleep. All of a sudden I flashed for a minute, and there was a giant ceremony taking place a long time ago with
really
100 people on top of a mesa in a circle doing a dance.
Whoa.
And I think a lot of people are starting to have,
because one thing people don't realize is Indians use dance. That's not just ceremony for you to be entertained. Dance is actually a way to put you into a trance state.
I think it's more than that. I think it's
it's way more than that. Yeah,
it's magic.
I smoked some of that DMT 10 years ago, because I had heard Terrence McKenna talk about it, and I'm like, fuck it, I'm gonna buy some and smoke it all.
Wow, smoke it all. How you do it? You smoke
Clint,
it?
Might I ask how you were able, and if you don't want to answer, that's fine. How were you able to procure this?
Okay, so I live out in the country, but I know a lot of city people, and like, so, well, I mean, I don't anymore because they're all, I don't know. Okay, so like one of my friends used to have this party house in a big city, and it was like a revolving door of fucking all these stupid fucking preppy people, and fucking they were all. He was just banking out so hardcore. He had like, you'd walk in and it was like 16 giant bags of weed and all this paper. I don't trip or anything anymore, but I do smoke weed. But anyways, he had like all this paper acid and fucking giant like duffel bags of mushrooms and like, and it was like, holy shit! It's like, man, fucking, he's balling harder than
like a candy store for adults. Yeah.
Yeah, like
Makes
it
me
was
think of what Philip
like
K. Dick said that
when
houses
it,
he lived in were like.
That guy was doing a public service. Yeah.
but
Supplying
he had a
everybody.
bunch of the DMT, and like he bought it off somebody else that I knew. That, I mean, this is all city people. I don't hang out in the city anymore, but like the
So when you do the DMT, what do? Put it in a pipe? Put a drop in the pipe?
you
and smoke
glass
it?
pipe.
put it on a bowl of weed or something.
Put it on a
and-
bowl of weed.
Yeah, like it's basically all you'd have to do is sit in the dark, and then you hit it 3 times as hard as you can and hold it in as long as you can each time, and then fucking you just sit in the dark in complete silence, and basically 1 out of 10 times the whole room it'll just turn into like a wall of everything's gone, like poof, and then fucking like all these patterns and shit, and then fucking like it's so random. It'll be like I've seen weird entities and stuff, or like these 7-foot tall black ones they had a perfectly round head, and they were like staring at us. Or other ones I've seen dancing things before, which that's what's crazy when you said dancing, because fucking I seen these dancing things. I assume they were elves or something, but like they were dancing in a circle. Well, I also seen.
Pardon me to interrupt. But as a kid, I had a revelation a long time ago. One of the things kids do is they'll spin around until they fall down. Remember doing that?
Oh yeah, that's weird, because that's kind of the vibe I got off it.
And so later on, I learned about the whirling dervishes. Have you ever heard about the whirling dervishes?
Oh yeah, that's a magic card.
That's the only reason I know
whirling
about it.
dervish from Iran.
Yeah, it's from the Middle East, definitely.
In dresses, they spin around and they produce a trance state by doing that.
Oh.
Well, it's a type of shamanism, quote unquote.
Oh yeah,
it's like I've never really got the full gas pedal off, because when I was a little kid I used to read into all sorts of shit and fucking try it out and like see if it was legit. Like
now
I
that
never
you're
tried
an
a Ouija
adult,
board
you're moving
though.
away. Now that you're an adult, you're moving away. The older you get, you move away from that child.
Well, all of my nerdy friends are like freaking out right now because they're coming out with the new Magic the Gathering cards, and they're going to be based off of the Lord of the Rings movies. And they're just like freaking out because they're into Magic. And nerds love Lord of the Rings, so they're just orgasming.
Yeah, Magic the Gathering.
Yeah,
I'm more of an old school type card player, but like.
Same here. I played that when I was like in junior high. That was a long time ago.
I mean, I still play, but like,
it was
the new cards really just.
It was totally bizarre. I put out a fanzine called The Gathering before the Gathering cards came out.
I think you sent me some prints of that. It was like a pretty cool drawing on the front. Yeah.
In my hometown here, Salt Lake City, and
you're stuck in the
put out a
Mormon
magazine called The Gathering.
You're in the heart of the beast.
It was about magic. That's what the magazine was about. No, nobody ever done one before. It was free. I put it out. I had it being put out. I found out how the free magazine thing worked. So I produced my own free magazine. Started putting that out for a year or two, couple of years, a long time ago, 1990. And it was called Magic, or it was called The Gathering, and it was about magic. And within a year, those cards came out, and they were using the same lettering that I come up with.
I wonder if they just straight up hijacked it.
They hijacked it. They knew.
One time I had a weird,
like a fucking hawk.
One time I had sorry,
Clint. That's about the time. I'm going to interject here real quick about some weird synchronicity. That's about the time that I was talking to Bill Cooper. Back in 1990. Nice. That's why when you come on and started talking about Bill Cooper, I'm like, wow, he triggered me,
Woo triggers woo.
Yeah, was
I had a
trying to
weird
interview Bill
synchronicity
Cooper.
once. It was
Had these guys attack me
did I
long
ever tell you
ago.
about the Mason story? About the Masons where
Tell us all
they
about it.
wanted me to join.
No.
Oh, I had a long
I
time.
can't-
I made some stories and shit.
How did they approach you?
I technically I approached them, I guess,
You
but
approached them.
well, I wrote to wait. I didn't tell you guys this story.
Maybe you
You
did.
may
We did a
have. I don't know.
5-hour show with you.
Okay, damn it. Sorry, I don't mean to hog the show or anything.
Oh, you're not hogging it?
I'm just really stoned. Okay,
There you
so
go.
I
I'm
was
slightly
into the
drunk.
star map stuff of Egypt, the Egypt star map stuff with the names of the deities, each one representing a star, and I kept this is technically it was before I ever listened to Lynn Cooper, but like I was like at the time I did listen to Jordan Maxwell and stuff like that, but like the star map thing, it was basically like every day of the year had a star, and that there was 5 new stars added to the sky, and that the stars also have like a ruling planet type thing, and like the 5 new stars became demon days of Egypt, which were Osiris and Isis. Isis is Sirius A, but also the moon, and then Osiris is Sirius B, but also the sun, and then I forget the Nephthys. I forget the other 2, but the important one was the 6th day, where the 6th day was attributed to Sirius C, but Sirius C wasn't part of Sirius A and
I've never
B
heard of Sirius
before.
C. Yeah. All I've heard is A and B.
I always thought Sirius was a binary star till
right.
But okay, so the Egyptians though, they had the 360-day calendar, but then they changed it to 365 when the 5 new stars came in the sky, and because somehow it changed the orbit, or somehow it changed the way the days went, and that so then on the 6th day in the Egyptian story, it said that Isis adopts Anubis to her side for all time, and it says, and it's talking about Sirius C merging with Sirius A and B, like this foreign object merging with these other 3 stars. It's weird because triple stars are always evil in the ancient lore. Like in Arabic, the star Algol is a demon, and in Chinese, the star Algol is it translates to pile of corpses, the star name in Chinese, but
there's a demon that's named like Al Ghul or something, isn't there? Some
like
famous demon.
There's a whole list of the fire jinns and stuff.
Yeah,
but the so anyways, so I was under this trail of this calendar star map shit. It wasn't really a map, but it was more like
where the hell did you see
sequence.
this map, by the way? Where did you get this map concept?
Well, it's
the trail, you said.
Well, technically the map concept came from, I used to date this cougar, and she was, but okay, so I didn't believe in secret societies before this cougar chick.
You mean a cougar, like somebody that went to Washington State, or an older woman?
Yeah, she was. I was 26 and she was 43. And,
so she knew, yeah.
She told me she was 26, and like all my friends believed it.
There you go.
But anyways, she claimed to be a member of a secret Egyptian schools because she was married to this rich Middle Eastern guy. And
Todd, this reminds me of Al when he talks about when he dated that woman that was a witch.
It was crazy because this chick, she'd give me all this money and shit, and fucking, and it's like, it was crazy. It was like,
I've seen shit. I've heard shit. My first wife was
weird though. Her mom was the head of the Eastern Star of Michigan, and she claimed that's
pretty witchy.
She claimed the Egyptian mystery school stuff, and I'm like, what? No way. But she would come back with this crazy shit from like big statue heads of the Egyptian shit, and like.
Wait a second, Sherry, weren't you in the female Masons?
Eastern Star.
Yeah, you're supposed to. In
Oh,
my
you were
town, I was
you.
a joke starter.
I have their handbook.
What kind
one of
of
their handbooks show
ceremony
their
did you?
rituals.
I
What
was
was
a
the?
joke starter, and things got really deep for stuff you're not supposed to join until you're like 11 or 13. And I did that when I was like 7 or something. Yeah.
I have their
So,
handbook. I could
Was
probably run back and grab it.
did they show you
Go through
symbols
their
or anything?
rituals.
What was the ritual?
oh well, yeah, we did. I don't know. I'm scared my mom's watching.
That
I think my mom is watching. Like,
tell your mom we said hi.
yeah, no, I
Hello.
don't want to freak her out.
Hi, Sherry's mom. We love you.
We're all good.
What's
They're
interesting
all
is
right,
that
Sherry.
the Eastern Star is you know what the secret of the Eastern Star is? It's Cygnus. That's the star. It's the crux in the east.
Come on.
And like there's a southern crux too, and west and the eastern crux. The Cygnus, the swan is the eastern crux. There used to be this fancy restaurant named Cygnus, and I asked the owner, I was like, so is your restaurant named after the Eastern Star? and they were like, yup, and it was crazy. They confirmed that their restaurant was literally named after the constellation Cygnus, the Eastern Crux.
Years ago, when I was like about 19 years old, which is like 50 years ago, I used to work at the biggest convention center, the biggest concert venue in Utah, the Salt Palace. It held all the concerts and conventions, right? So the Masons and the female Masons would come through, and one of those conventions, the female Masons left their ritual books. Somebody left all their ritual books after the thing was over and took those home.
Yeah.
And
well, they do what's called passion plays. It's like passion plays of Egypt, where they're like, they do these plays where it's like, and they do them at the same day every year. And like what's complex about it, and none of the members know this, but each meeting is like a different tarot card, but it's like
there you go.
They do these things that are symbols of. It's so complex where when somebody says like the group Oddfellows, it's really odd, and you don't even know what's like. They go in the corners of the rooms before the meetings and they stomp on the floor, and they do it like a certain number of times, and like, but I mean, it's literally witchcraft. Technically, by definition, it's ritual magic. That's why I never joined, because I was afraid.
I'll give you another great example of weird rituals. The Mormons, once you reach the highest level and you're getting married, when you get married into the temple.
Well, they take the same 3 degrees.
They put on a play of Adam and Eve. That's the first part of the marriage ritual, when you get to go into the secret temple. Because you can't even go into the temple down here unless you're going through the ritual.
You know what this also reminds me of?
They do a play of Adam and Eve. Either people actually enact the Adam and Eve thing, covering their private parts. That's a big part of the Adam and Eve myth.
Wearing some leaf thongs.
Fig leaf. That's why the Masons have the apron of the fig leaf on it.
I did not know that. It also reminds me of in ancient Babylon. You know the story of they retell the story of the Anunnaki through the Enuma Elish, and that's the same thing. It's a play that they do like on the same day every year, but this was back thousands and thousands of years ago. It makes me wonder if this is the same tradition.
Yeah, well, that's why they use the base
picture this, if I may. Picture this. You go into one of the most incredible temples in the world. The Mormon Church has the most incredible temples.
Those temples are like insane.
When you go in there, your brain is split just by looking at.
They've got all that stockpiled food and stuff, and like.
Oh yeah. So you go in there on your most important day, your marriage to your wife. Most people, that's the most important day, one of them in their life. Getting married, having kids, you always remember that. But you're going into a giant temple that has secret rooms that take you through 3 different levels of initiation just to get married. And you're only allowed to do this if you're up on your tithings. They keep track of you in the Mormon
yeah,
church.
it's
Your
That's how they
tithe.
buy more decorations.
Are you up on your tithings? Then you can go have this secret ritual
that's-
that'll blow your fucking mind.
That's funny that what's weird, okay, so the doctrine of Mormonism was different before Joseph Smith was killed, and he did the Masonic hailing sign before he was
As
pushed
they
out of
were
the window.
Yeah, as
And,
they were
like,
killing him, they threw him out the window. Yeah.
Wear out will what? For damn it, how does it go?
Where's the who looks upon the widow's son?
Yeah. Well,
Does anyone care about
this
the widow's son?
or
It's the
something?
widow's son thing. He cried out that Masonic.
Yeah, and then they
That
killed him,
Masonic.
just like
Then
they
they killed
killed Captain Morgan. And
You know,
they-
somebody snuck Joseph Smith a gun though in prison or in the jail cell before the mob came and got him. He
Oh.
shot 2 of them.
well, what's weird though
And
is
they got him out of the cell and they threw him out the window. And
the doctrine changed before. Okay, so I'm pretty sure he ran for office before, but their slogan they were using the tetragrammaton, the triangle with the circle, and they were
Joseph Smith was
using that
he was using Enochian. He was using ancient Enochian stuff before.
It's
he
weird
even
though, because the
became
whole
the
chief
prophet.
cornerstone riddle. Okay, so in the Masonic terms, this is some new Mason research I've been doing, but it's also ancient Rosicrucian stuff. Okay,
Yeah.
so Lazarus was Haram Abiff, and Lazarus was in the symbol. They had to conceal, the ancient people had to conceal the story, like it's like triple coded basically, and that like in the original 3 degrees or whatever, it was Lazarus was synonymous with Haram Abiff.
The person that was immortal.
And then Haram Abiff gets killed, and then Lazarus dies, but Lazarus dies a totally different death. But like when he comes back to life, he becomes a different person, and like Lazarus becomes John. And the only way to explain why Haram Abiff is the chief cornerstone in the terms of the Masons, because they directly call Haram Abiff in the old Mason tongue the chief cornerstone and the stone the builders refused. And in the Bible, Jesus is the chief cornerstone and I'm stoned. The stone the builders refused, and he was dead for 3 days and 3 nights, just like Haram Abiff. Or no, Haram Abiff was dead for 4 days, 4 nights, just like Lazarus.
Wasn't Bob Marley a Mason, and didn't he sing about the cornerstone in one of his songs?
Well, it's also like a religious movement type thing too.
Heard that.
But like the whole damn it, it's like the only way you can decode John of Revelations is with the fact that the secret stories, which I mean these days they're perverted into Puritanism and Mithraism, but in those days it was a symbol story about the initiation, which from archaeologically speaking, I've traced so much archaeology on John from Patmos, and the Revelations author, where it's like, and plus the research of Sinbad Jacob Vici from Naked Archaeologist and his other stuff, which I highly suggest you guys watch because it's pretty interesting. It documents.
Who is he?
Just look up Naked Archaeologist on YouTube, and you'll find it. And like,
is he like one of these alternate history people?
No, he tries to prove that the biblical stuff was historically accurate. He's a Jewish dude, and he does a really good job. And it's crazy because like he documents 2 of the apostles' caskets as having the symbol of a upside down V with a dot in the center.
Well, to me, like, of course, like the biblical stuff is real history. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, that was proven as soon as they started back in the old days when they started finding the cities from the Bible and they started digging up Sumer and Acadia and all the places
yeah.
that they talked about. I mean, in that moment, it's like, oh my god,
Nineveh.
this stuff's real.
Well, like it's like the original Freemasonry was originally a Christian thing that was supposed, but the Rosicrucians claim that John of Revelations handed it down, that John was reborn through the grip of the lion's paw by Jesus the lion, and that the Masons in modern times, when they were taken over by the Illuminists, they perverted it into an atheist thing where they take anybody. That's why they want people that believe in God, so then they can turn them into thinking that they're God, instead of believing in a God. It's
Oh.
That's the Luciferian philosophy, and it's what's the New Age religion. Baha'ism is the only religion endorsed by the UN, and its symbol is a 9-pointed star, just like the 9 hidden masters of the Illuminati. And each star point has a different symbol of every major religion, and then the top star is the same 9-pointed star again. And what that is the Ennead of Egypt, where the 8 gods combined create the 9th hidden god. And that's the Illuminati 9 secret masters thing, where all secret societies have the 9 hidden masters. And fucking
You're talking about like on the Kabbalah, there's the hidden sphere.
yeah, that's the thing, is what's the wording of the UN law
The eighth
says,
sphere or whatever
well,
is
the
a
UN
hidden
law
one, there's a hidden
says
one.
we accept all
People
religions
think
that
that
we
the Kabbalah,
sanction.
let me just put
And-
this in here. Let me just put this little secret in here. You've seen the tree of the Kabbalah tree, right?
Yeah.
You've seen the
Yeah,
10
the
point
Well,
the
that's also related to
Sephiroth tree.
spheres. Everyone's seen this.
Yeah,
There's a hidden sphere.
Oh yeah, the 11th.
It's called Daath, and it's the 11th.
Yeah, the
That's one of the
abyss.
reasons magicians, their favorite number is 11, is because that's the magician's number.
And
Yeah,
they
It's
work
Crowley.
That
Crowley
symbol is
reverse.
oh, sorry.
No, I was just saying they work the Kabbalah in reverse. I wanted to throw in really quick on just that one subject would be touchy to talk about, but if anyone knows stuff about like Teal Swan's history or Misha Johnson, me and Misha Johnson have the exact same Job Daughter's history all the way
Is
together.
is he the remote viewer?
Who? Oh no. Misha Johnson is Daniel, you know what is her thing, huh?
I probably do, but my
She
memory
works like
sucks these
Kevin
days.
Estrella and stuff. Anyway, I don't want to change the subject right now. I just wanted to tell y'all that, and then I can talk about anything else off limit. I mean, everything else.
I wanted to talk about, before we get too far off subject, what you were talking about, Sherry. Bernstein Bears. I swear to you, when I
the
was a
anomaly.
kid, Bernstein.
Yeah,
Bernstein.
Bernstein.
Yeah.
Steen. Now
Yeah.
it's stained.
Yeah,
Now that
I
says stain, I'm
specifically
like,
remember
how is this
the
possible?
other. Well, I think it's a psychological operation. They're trying to fuck with our heads, because I
Yeah.
specifically
So I'm
remember.
looking for
Try to
books
not
now.
think that,
Now
but I
I'm
always
looking.
go back to it.
Well, the thing is
Now
that
I'm looking for old books that say Bernstein.
I remember we used to call them Nazis and joke about that when we were kids.
There is definitely a German. There's a German.
That's how I
connection
know.
to this. There's a
Yeah.
very German, like the
How can you
Haas
forget?
avocado,
Yeah.
Sorry.
the Haas avocado.
Stein.
Wait, what?
Yeah, no, you're
Sorry.
you're making a good point because the
All-Star Autos?
if you
Haas
look, I mean,
avocados changed to Haas, and it means hate in German.
this stuff's
Oh.
all interconnected
Interesting.
because
Oh,
the
yeah.
people that actually took over everything were the Germanics, because when the
yeah.
fall of the Roman Empire happened, they called everybody barbarians. It was sacking Rome, but actually they were Germanic people from the north, and that
Yeah.
culture actually took over and is still in power today.
Yeah, they're ruling
So-
England right now. They're sitting
So they
on the
take
Scottish
over and then they
throne.
hide themselves. They take over and then they hide themselves.
Yeah,
And
they
they did a lot
also
of little. They did a lot of false flags too.
They
like,
leave the families in charge that were there before they conquered, and then they leave, but they're still running.
yeah.
They interbreed with them.
The British MI5 were caught in the Middle East during the Desert Wars. They were caught red-handed pretending to be Arabs and trying to make and the fact that they were doing that, the espionage tactics of the whole Middle East thing is so fucked up because it is a
Yeah.
religious war that's orchestrated by the secret societies, I believe.
Totally. Totally.
Clint, do you remember a movie with Sinbad called Shazaam where he was a genie?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you remember it. Todd, do you remember that? Do you remember
I remember it. Yeah,
a
I
movie
remember it.
called
It
Shazam?
never existed
Totally.
now.
Shazam.
Yeah.
It
Exactly.
never existed now.
Wait, there's
He's
no
wearing
Sinbad
the bell
movie?
bottom. He's wearing those genie pants.
Genie
There's
pants,
two
yes.
that were
Basketball
similar.
player.
Big yellow and red genie or gold and red genie pants, and he
Yeah.
had a ton of earrings. Like he had big scoop crescent earrings and stuff like that. And he
Yeah.
was Shazam, and we all knew
I swear
Shazam.
Hollywood hates on Sinbad so bad. It's like that he's a pretty good comedian.
Yeah, he kind
Yeah.
of disappeared.
Regained himself now because he made that little, like, for April Fool's Day, it was like a fake part of Shazam, and the people were saying that they'd found part of the Shazam movie, but it was just him reenacting it, like, and stuff for
Wow.
a joke. Just like Fruit of the Loom did that. They had put the cornucopia on their website, which has never existed now, just
Well,
for
that's
on April
weird.
Fool's Day. And
Wait,
Febreze
what?
did it
They're
one
saying
year.
they never had a
I remember the
cornucopia?
cornucopia.
There
What's
was
weird,
never one.
that's a witchcraft symbol. It has to do with the
Really?
Oh,
Baal or Bacchus, the cornucopia, the horn of plenty. That's what it's called.
Yeah.
What's crazy? They put so much stuff in the modern day TV shows where it's like every show is like littered with occult symbology in the show. Like
Totally.
the vampire show that my ex used to watch, the True Blood show, it had at the vampire headquarters, it had the 9-pointed star on its door. And
There
like
you go.
Game of
whoa,
Thrones.
wait, what? Wait, go back to the last one. What were you saying about vampire stuff? I was taking notes on the last thing you said, but you repeat
ex
that,
used to
please?
watch True Blood, this vampire show.
Love that show.
On the show, well, but that show goes even crazier because, like, the door on the show of the vampire headquarters had the 9-pointed star, but on the show earlier in the show, there was a lady who had horns, but then she turned into an owl, and that was the old symbols of ancient Moloch was also an owl because the owl turns
And Lilith.
Isis turns into the bull Hathor, and then but in the show she was the Circe's deity where she was putting the people under the spell, and they were like all having an orgy and shit and fucking like killing each other and having an orgy or something, and then like
which show again?
It's True Blood. They're based on a book series called the Southern Vampire Mysteries.
The fact that she went from an owl and turned into the bull, and then was the white cow Dionysus, and it was like, what the fuck? Like, how the hell did they know that mythology? Like,
but Clint, you know what's weird about that? This is something I noticed in pretty much all vampire mythology books, TVs, movies. They all seem to have this knowledge that only like the Illuminati elite people would have. It's freaky stuff.
Well, that's why they always wear the Maltese cross, because they're Vatican Illuminati. You know, it's like the Maltese cross was hijacked by. It was originally a Christian symbol, and it was hijacked by the world empire of basically a self deification, where it's like
a long time ago, back in like early 90s. Bill Cooper was the first person that said, look at who's producing the movies and your TV shows. The next time you're watching a show, look at the company names.
Oh yeah, the logos.
They're all ancient Egyptian
pictures.
They're all using ancient Egyptian names, all these companies in Hollywood that are producing the movies.
Well, even in the rap world, there's a new rapper called
all the logos and sigils, you know.
That's how you'll know them. They'll have something to do with Egyptian mythology, which is always the eye in the triangle. You can spot their stuff just by their corporation name, you know, their movie production names.
It seems like there was two Egypts in the ancient world. Like one was the old dynasty, which had a god named Ptah, which spoke himself into existence with the secret word, and then created all of civilization with the whole universe with a secret word. Those look
Yeah,
pretty
it's the
good.
same thing the Bible says.
But
That's
the
what the Bible
yeah, that's what I was saying. Where hold on, what Ptah's son was a lion, and that lion was an exorcist deity, and also a war deity, like a protector, and like I found an Egyptian temple which has a triple-headed lion, in which fits the bill for. It's also exactly the same exact latitude as the Panther Mound in Florida, but like it fits the bill for a precursor secret society, which each
kinda,
well, hold on, wait, let me get to the pinnacle. The initiate was the symbol of a lion, and fucking I believe that if Jesus was a real person, which I'm pretty sure archaeologically speaking he was, but anyways, that he was initiated into this Egyptian lion secret society, which was on the good side, and that
yeah.
like somehow he brought that back up to the Middle East, and like that's why he was the lion, because he was, you know, and he, well, the thing about Lazarus, the story, okay, he says the other apostles are like, we want to die like Lazarus, and the only way that can make sense is if that he was initiating Lazarus with the death and rebirth ritual, and that he was either literally or metaphorically bringing him back to life with the secret society rebirth into the fire, and that because it was the fire of knowledge, that's why he was the Christ, because Christ in Greek means oil, which is the same thing as
Christos,
fire, basically.
Christos, yeah.
You know, you burn
Christos.
the oil.
Yeah, it actually comes from the word that's associated with crocodile, because they used to use crocodile oil, and it's like
Huh.
mashish or something like that, which translates into Messiah, so that he would be like the anointed
Oh,
one, where you put
yeah.
the oil where the third eye is, and that's how they used to like
I also
activate the
think
third eye.
with
That's
the
interesting.
Kundalini, with the the chrism rising, I believe
Oh
that a
yeah,
lot too. That
Yeah, there's
no
definitely a
doubt.
connection there. Absolutely, like the
yeah.
crystallis
I
crystal.
almost think the whole Ark of the Covenant is like our body, like the
There you go.
staff
Oh
would be
yeah,
like
it
the
could be
spinal cord and the
totally symbolic.
Exactly.
Really
Exactly.
interesting comment from Stein Fox. Lionsgate, one of the biggest studios there is, and also a
Oh yeah.
universal magical portal.
Yeah.
Lionsgate
Bill
is ran by
Cooper,
the
Bill
mob.
Cooper, a long time ago. No, Bill Cooper a long time ago said, if you're watching some movie, a TV show, a movie,
Hey, Bob.
look at the production company's name at the
Oh
beginning.
yeah,
Does it
like
say
Touchstone.
Osiris or Touchstone or Lionsgate or you
And then
name
what's
the
Ancient Aliens is
Illuminati
Prometheus.
symbol?
Yeah.
The
It's like,
Lionsgate reminds you of the Masons have the lion's paw. They have
yeah,
that
that's well that's
they
what I
have
was
that handshake, the lion's paw.
that's according to the
Or
Rosicrucians, that goes back to John of Revelations handing it down through their
Jesus.
order. But then the Illuminati took over the Masons, and then they turned something that was supposed to be like the last branch of the Masons that weren't taken over by the Illuminati was the American ones who made our country, and like they were taken over though by the time they established the country in 1776, and they were operating on occult levels with July 4th, which is significant to Venus, and certain other ones like Orion, I'm pretty sure. But like the symbology that they used was to create, their vision was to create an old dynastic Egypt where they were creating the new Egypt, and that's why they used the symbols of the phoenix for the bird with the 32 feathers and
hey,
33, just
hey,
like Egypt.
you can say it's a coincidence, but the Illuminati was founded in 1776, and
Well,
the
no,
United States was founded in 1776.
well,
And
that's
they
what I
call
For
it
you
used
the
to
New
say that's a
World.
well,
coincidence,
that's what I used to think the Illuminati was originally founded in 1776, but in the William Cooper, he brings it further where he proves that it was happening in like the 1500s in Spain under
Alumbrados. It was the
the
first Illuminati.
Alumbrados.
The earliest Illuminati secret society was in Spain. The Alumbrados in the 1500s.
And they were
they
were I think that
you know what else was raging in the 1500s? The Inquisition.
Well, hold on. I think that they were
in Spain.
I think that when the Templars that came back to Scotland, I believe they were good, but like the Templars that went back to Spain, I believe that they were a section of the Templars that were infiltrated by the Shazaam, which means assassin, and that it's also the other side group for it is Roshinia, but like they were taken over by the Illuminati, and then since the Templars were disbanded in 1307, they then created the Alumbrados like a couple hundred years later.
The Shazaam, the Knights Templar ran into the Shazaam. They merged. They made alliances.
Yeah.
When they were destroyed, when the church came against them, when the Pope ordered destroy the fucking. Yeah, that's how the whole Masonic, Knights Templar thing started.
Yeah, and the Templars were all doing like gay shit with each other, just like the Masons do today.
They had a weird head they called Baphomet.
Well, there was two Templars. There was the real ones who went to Jerusalem and they dug out the stables of Solomon and they found the secrets. But then the other Templars were started after the Templars were all executed and forced to say they were forced to confess.
They were forced to confess that there was a weird head called Baphomet that they would pull out. To kiss. And
the Baphomet thing is perverted, where the real meaning of it was that Baphomet in reverse is Tem Oaf Ab, which means it means the double-headed. What is it? It refers to wisdom as Sophia, which Sophia was the goddess of wisdom. It was like yin and yang,
Gnostics,
where it was like animal instinct versus wisdom, and like it was like two sides of a coin, and that it was a philosophy that they were taught the Arabic people who were, like the magic squares with the numbers.
Mm-hmm.
The number games, it's like the Egyptians, they started the number games, I think, and the number games went all over the ancient world, and all the religions were like based on the number games, and like that's why the Shemham Faresh 72
invented the zero, the concept of zero.
It's like Solomon had 72 spirits that he put in a thing, and then
demons,
the Osiris had 72 people that put him into a lead coffin, and then it's like all these ancient deities. I could go over a number of them.
That the story
Osiris, of I do know
the Templars, when they were doing their confessions, they were also accused of talking to a severed head, and severed head thing is actually something that really exists in the magic world.
Yeah, that was
where you take the head of a corpse and you put it on a spear. You do some kind of incantation. Hold on a sec. You do an incantation, and then you actually talk to a spirit from beyond. I've seen this in like movies, comic books, and all sorts of stuff. But it actually goes back to John the Baptist when he had his head cut off.
Well, there's two things to that. Right. One was the real head of John the Baptist that they had, and then the other, well, I'm not confirmed that they had it, but the other was that there was an initiation that was taught to them by the Arabics, and that it was they would take two initiates, or they would have an initiate stand in a secret hole in the floor, and then they would have a plate that was around his neck. And
You're talking about the Assassins. You're talking about the mountain.
Yeah, then they would Sadim, what's his name? But they would have the bowl filled with blood. It was a fake bowl that was around his neck, and the bowl was filled with blood, and then they would bring two initiates in to see the head, and then they would say talk, and they would make it talk, and then the two initiates, they would leave the room, and then they would take the guy who was in the floor, and they would cut his head off and stick it on a spike stick
for everybody to see.
Yeah, and then it was like a trick to make
the
them
magic trick.
think that they had secret magic. But the thing about that is that it's like the story of Jesus, or the Moses story, where it's like he tried to have the magic battle with the pharaohs or whatever. Where like I think that the original Christianity was somehow a branch of Mayan, some kind of Aztec or Mayan culture that was somehow like they found hundreds of mummies that had cocaine on the mummies. The mummies had a South American plant, which was proof that there was some kind of trade route. And
you're hitting all these points we've talked about for many years now. There was an international trade route. Mummies over in fucking South America have, South America is where cocaine comes from.
Yeah,
they've got mummies in Egypt that have cocaine in their system. They've tested it. They were snorting cocaine. That means the fucking there was a trade route between.
Well, you've seen the picture
East,
of
Africa,
the Mayan picture,
and the American continent.
Well, to link it to the cat thing, Jesus was called Jesus Ben Pandera, which means son of the panther, and that he was in the culture of South America. There was a depiction in the Mayan scrolls which has a person painted of body paint of a jaguar dragging a cross, a quadruple tau, and that he in the symbology of it, where part of the Aztec was it was called Tiananacatl, and it meant to be one with the mushroom. And that this is where John Allegro comes in with the Dead Sea Scrolls, where the oldest copies of the New Testament written in Greek were on those scrolls, and that John Allegro was the only non-religious translator who he translated the scrolls, and he said that Jesus was somehow synonymous with a species of mushroom, and that each angel was also a different species of mushroom. And the Aztecs, they were practicing that same form of mushroom shamanism.
Wow. Pretty bold claim.
Well, I don't know if the mushroom was the spirit of the person, or if, and that would explain why there was no Roman record of him. But like,
I think you're closer to the truth than most people on that.
Somehow,
there's some other stuff.
He might have been a
real
real shaman. Like he was a healer. In Spanish, that means curanderos, and that. And he was.
He knew which which one of these herbs would blow your mind. Yeah,
you said you're part Indian.
Also,
right?
You have Quetzalcoatl, who was symbolized by the star Venus.
That's like a Jesus symbol too. But like, well, for like, I'm part Native American, and like, from my I don't know much about it, but I know that spirit dreams are significant, in that it's not uncommon for people to have spirit dreams of their friends coming back from the dead, and like,
for sure. Yeah. You know what I think, actually? I think that the people that came to America, right? We know that they were already part of secret societies. I think that they had knowledge of the Teutonic practices of the Native Americans before they even came here. They knew exactly what they're doing. They knew exactly who they wanted to kill. They knew exactly
what the natives were.
The natives were practicing the earliest version of what they were doing over there that had become really twisted.
Because you have that whole Jekyll Island thing.
When they came here, I'm talking before, when two civilizations are meeting. They were already all kind of Masonic. Don't say everything's Masonic, but it's just fucking
true.
Yeah, well, back then
when the conquerors are coming to America, they are steeped with everything that Europe's become. Even though they're separate countries, Spain, England, France,
they get power hungry.
Things, they're still power hungry. So they come over to the Americas and they realize, wow, the Indians are doing the same ritual we're doing.
Oh yeah,
they're
exactly.
Closer to the earth.
But my point is, they knew who lived there. because they had knowledge passed down through the secret societies of the true history. That's
Oh,
what we're
yeah.
all really missing. We're
Well,
missing the true history.
They write
Yeah.
specifically in the Masonic books that the knowledge was that all of their ciphered symbols and words and stuff, that most of them they don't even know what it means, and that it's all lost knowledge. And
Totally.
the whole Rosicrucian Jesus thing is it's I think it's detrimental, like archaeology wise, to find the biblical remnants. I think there's a real temple out there somewhere that could be like buried in the sand somewhere.
Clint A. Eastwood. I love that name. I love that name. Hold on a second here. Before we go too far down that road, I want to get back to what Sherry was talking about, because Sherry was talking about some really intense shit here in the beginning.
Oh yeah, the
And
UFOs I think are all
not
related
the
to this
UFOs.
too.
She was talking about the fucking Mandela effect. People are seeing
Oh
some
yeah.
weird shit.
Yeah,
There's some weird shit going on. There's
it's a
evidence.
butterfly type thing.
We're not being dramatic. We're not doing this just for effect when we say there's evidence that something is going on behind the scenes, right behind us,
Well, I
that
think it's
we're
like
not
the
quite
owls
aware
or
of.
something.
Is it the
And you're
man behind
talking
the
about the
curtain?
owls, yeah, the owls.
Yeah, like I mean, like at first I was thinking that, like logos were changing, and the logos means God or whatever, and like it's like all of the like businesses would have them like Chick-fil-A, and then that changed and it lost or it added the K, and
Here's an
like
example. Here's an example, Sherry, of what you're talking about. I heard it today. The first sermon ever was developed by Chat GPT. You've heard about that, right?
Oh yeah.
Well, I did see a guy ask Chat GPT to write a sermon about the end of days,
Yeah.
and that
So
was interesting. I'm going to send that to you,
now
Daniel.
pastors are turning to the computer to pull together some incredible speech I can go out and give the people about the Bible. Now the computer is producing the sermon for the masses.
That's part of the transhumanist agenda of people merging with technology to be cyborgs eventually. The eventual goal.
Pretty soon a priest will no longer go read the Bible and think about what lesson he's going to teach Sunday. He's just going to Chat GPT. He's just going to tell Chat GPT to go write me my sermon, and the computer's going to start producing sermons for pastors to go out and tell them.
They should put it in the form of Dr. Seuss, because it'll do that too.
Yeah.
Well, in the book of Daniel, it actually says that in the end times, men will worship a god that their fathers did not know, their forefathers did not know. To me, that sounds a lot like an AI, a god that didn't exist in the past.
That's a good point.
Yet people are worshiping it nowadays. And if you're into Gnosticism, like the demiurge is supposed to be an artificial intelligence created by the real spiritual creator to act kind of like to act like GTP or act like an AI and actually develop things. So like it'd be like me having the AI build a movie or build a song or build a picture. That's what the true creator was having the demiurge. That was his original job, but he became evil and corrupted, and he wanted to become. It's kind of like the Lucifer myth a little bit. It's all kind of tied together.
Right.
The plot seems like a good 80s movie where it's like they're trying to make a technology to summon the devil. That's the best way to put it.
Heck yeah.
Well, Elon Musk said messing with AI is like messing with a demon.
Well, the thing is, that
making deals with
the Bible scriptures are getting really well. There's one in Amos 8:11. It says that in the end times that, hey Bob, I love him, Go-Kart Bob.
Who is it?
It says Go-Kart Bob. He said green.
Go-Kart Bob. What's going on, Mister?
What I was going to say is in Amos 8:11, it says that in the end of time, people will run to and fro searching for the word and won't be able to find it. And when I tell you it's changing, it's not just like the lion and the lamb, Isaiah 11:6 changed to the wolf will dwell with the lamb instead of the lion will lay with the lamb. But I'm going to tell you, when you tell a preacher about it, they act like they didn't
Oh,
even
yeah.
hear you. They don't care. But it's getting worse and worse. Like now it talks about literally like kings and Jesus. They have breasts and they are breastfeeding in the Bible. There's like horse emissions spoke of.
Huh.
Everything's changing. They have
Horse
couch in the Bible.
emissions.
Unicorn
it's
is in the
all,
Bible 9
they're ma-
times. Matrix is in the
Unicorns.
Bible.
Well,
Matrix
the
is in the
original word
Bible.
was monoceros. What's interesting about that is that the monoceros thing, or have you guys ever heard of the Jesus Moses thing where they're on the 49th path, quote unquote? It's like a biblical
On the
thing.
49th path.
Yeah, it's like I stumbled upon it.
I remember saying he fasted for 40 days in the desert. That's what he met the devil, if you remember.
The 49th path, the lore goes that somehow Moses was on this 49th path, and that but somehow Jesus was also on the 49th path, and the only thing that I can possibly assign a definition to that is that, okay, so the ancient astronomy signs, there were 48 of them, but I believe there was a secret astronomy sign which was the 49th, which was a unicorn or monoceros. But what's weird is that
I'm following you now.
the whole it's really weird because, okay, so you guys know about the four horsemen, I'm sure.
Of the apocalypse, yeah.
Yeah, I think I don't know if I
Revelator.
brought this up last time, but the four horsemen were Sagittarius, Capricornus, I think. No, not what's the other? The Centaurus, the archer, and then the Pegasus, the red flying horse, and then the other horse I believe was Monoceros. And I found that a book.
There's a lot of astrology. I mean, I think the whole Bible is pretty much a lot of astrology.
Well, I think it's sacred, but it's also it's different because it's like, okay, so Jesus hung out with sailors, right? And like the myth, from my understanding, it's like Jesus's dad was an official.
He lived by the Sea of Galilee.
Mason.
That's what you mean by sailor.
Well, it's like, from my understanding, it's like Jesus took the stonemasonry and then he remade it for the sailors and the poor. And where he took the stonemason guild.
Jesus was a carpenter. He wasn't known as a stonemason. But he is known as a capstone.
Like that might be the same thing, though.
They don't have any trees.
Yeah,
carpenter, mason. They're doing the same stuff. They're building things.
The thing though,
square.
They make it look like Jesus was like poor, right? He was in a state of poverty, but that's false. He was from the line of David. He was extremely wealthy.
Huh. Yeah, that would explain how he could travel so far.
Sure,
that's interesting. I never knew that.
Go from the Mediterranean to
because they say he went to India. He could have definitely went to South America if he went to India.
Right.
I mean,
before his first 30 years,
and supposedly
history,
after his death, he traveled across, I think, the Mediterranean to France, and then his descendants became the Frankish kings and the whole Merovingian dynasty. He traveled across with the three Marys: Mary, his mother, Mary Magdalene, and a third Mary I don't know anything about or where the hell she came from.
Because
you know who else did his trip through the Middle East and Tibet? Aleister Crowley. Before he wrote the Book of the Law, right before it. He was going to the Himalayas and going
and the
Tibet.
Buddha traveled around too.
It wasn't hidden in Crowley's case. He wrote all about it.
In the Antichrist definition, according to according to their tradition, it's just like the Masonic stuff, where it's like the symbol stories lead to real places, where it's like the initiation involved a shamanic ceremony, which was, to me, I've done the ceremonies of the Mazatecan Indians, and I drink ayahuasca.
Have you done some of those?
Those are real. That's real spirit.
Have you done some of those?
And it's
right on.
Like the spirit ceremonies are sacred, and the Indians of South America say that they got the plant medicine knowledge which modern science uses to make the strongest medicines to cure shit. They got that
Yep.
knowledge from the spirits. The spirits
No
gave
doubt.
them, because in South America, in the Amazon jungle, there's 50,000 species of plants per acre. And
There you
where
go.
we're at, there's 3,000 to 5,000. And for
Yeah.
them to take 2 plants and combine them to create ayahuasca,
Wow.
that's where
No wonder the
Yeah,
people that
Well, here's the
no
thing.
wonder the
They
people
practice
no wonder
on
the people that run the world want to destroy all these environments.
well
Get rid of that knowledge.
they destroy real shamanism. They've destroyed it. They've demonized it. They've made atheists hate it. They've made us we're when I tell people about spirits and shit, they think I'm a damn fool. And it pisses me off because I lived in the hood and fucking, I've had guns pointed in my face. I've had people
guns
beat
pointed at
me
your face.
down. Like fucking, I've
You
had
had
my
people do
nose
what?
broke.
Pin you down?
I've had somebody hold me down and knee me
Hold
in the
you down.
face over and over. A whole group of
Kurt
people.
Cobain, Nirvana, somebody jumped on his chest while he was on acid.
Well, my point though is that I'm a serious.
Were these gangs attacking you?
I can be fun, but I've had serious shit happen where I've had people point loaded clips at me with fucking the intent with the safety off, and it's like
I will kill you. Kind of
yeah,
shit.
it's like
Were you
seen
trying to score
serious
some shit from the wrong people?
I was trying to save. This was like 15 years ago. I technically can't even talk about the story because I was paid to talk about it.
You were paid to not talk about it?
I
was just getting weed to smoke and fucking and then
shit got real.
The dude I was getting weed off fucking tried to pull a gun on somebody and fucking. And then I'm like, what the fuck?
See that's why pot should be legal, because it puts innocent, good people in situations where they have to interact with the worst trash in society that wants to kill you and rape you and rob you.
And now you know why government supports and brings all the drugs in.
This situation was, I mean, well, it's just crazy because in the city, it's like, when I lived in the city in 2001, like it was like 2000, it was like 2000 to 2002. I lived in the city, and it was like it was just me, the only white person in the city, and it was fucking, all my friends were black, and fucking they all carried guns. I didn't carry guns.
Have you got out of there?
Yeah, I live in the country. I don't hang out with anybody anymore.
Good for you. Hey, real quick, I want to read this comment. Real quick, guys. Real quick, this is a good comment from Stein. To be a fool isn't a bad thing. It was the fool, the court jester, who was closer to the king than anyone else. Could get away with so much stuff because he is a joker.
Well, that's why the tarot card of the fool is the most powerful. The number 0, the uninitiated, where So did you listen to that episode about the alchemical meme that I sent to you?
Me?
Yeah. You'll probably get so many.
Probably. I barely remember.
Well, it's like the ancient philosophy was to make somehow the shamanic practice originally made people. It's like when I drink the ayahuasca, it was like I felt really good the next day. Like I wasn't depressed, and like I felt like I was healed, and fucking like
sure, yeah.
It was like
I felt that.
Well, like there was.
You felt like your brain connections were suddenly connected again, and suddenly your body was healthy and your mind felt decent.
Well, somehow seeing that weird shit like makes you like feel it somehow connecting to the spirit world. Some people just need it,
Well, one thing I can say about that, Clint, is that ayahuasca is not only cleans out the physical parasites in your body and in your stomach, but it cleans out the spiritual parasites as well.
Oh yeah, I believe in that because fucking there was it's like it's in the Amazon. It's said to cure leprosy, and like the according to the Jesus myth, he cured leprosy, and if he was a shaman and he knew real healing methods, like it's like he cured the guy who couldn't see, and it's like what if the guy was blind from pterygium, which is a type of eye cancer, and he used the plant. There's a grass that cures it in the Amazon, but like but the whole spirit thing where it's like some of the miracles, like I've seen really weird shit when I was tripping, and I'm a very experienced tripper, and I know.
So you're a professional psychonaut.
Well, we seen stuff that was physically impossible, where inanimate objects were somehow like paused in time when they were thrown, or like.
So let me throw something at you here. Let me and hold on a second. If you want, come back to right where you were, if you can. Now listen, they've set this society up. Picture this: the drugs that are coming in, they brought them in.
The bad
set up. They've set this up. Back in back in 1990, Bill Cooper. Let me just, because you're on here. Every time I hear from you, Clint, I'm going to think of Bill Cooper.
Yeah, great comment too.
And let me tell you something. Bill Cooper, you brought him up. We're kind of associating you with Bill Cooper because you brought him up. I had his book a long time ago. He signed a copy for me. Somebody stole it. Somebody stole my copy.
That's dirty.
After
whoever took that book, you better return it to Todd Miller. Yeah. You know where he lives. Return his shit, man. That's messed up.
Fucking Bill Cooper to Todd Miller signed in ink.
All of my
signed books lost that motherfucker. I lost that son of a bitch. Hadn't read it in years. You came on, Clint. I didn't have the book. And then all of a sudden I was at a thrift store 1 week later, and here comes fucking Bill Cooper's book. This book costs $25 brand new. At the thrift store, it was $7.99.
Does that have the fold out?
You know how rare this has the fold out. Somebody taped the motherfucker in there.
Yeah, the
Somebody
fold out.
taped it together because they show
that to the screen. Like zoom in on that real quick so they can see.
Somebody folded it looks like out so many times.
See, it's a whole diagram of who runs what.
The world, yeah. All the
CFR, the Council on Foreign Relations, every director of every studio in the world is a member. All the big movies and shit. They're all the TV, the news and shit. They're all Trilateral Commission.
Wow.
They're all Council on Foreign Relations, and they're under the international government to do what the Soviet undersecretary of the undersecretary of the United Nations, he's what's the undersecretary general, which is it's hard to find stuff about that position on the internet, but he's controlling the media through these Council of Foreign Relation members who tell Americans what the world government wants us to think, and all the people eat it up. They eat the lies.
So somebody stole my copy that it was signed by him. But right 1 week after you came on Daniel's show, I saw this at the fucking thrift store for $7.99.
Turn to the Aquinos page, the Michael Aquinos.
The Michael Aquinos page. Well, that's a whole chat. That's a whole section.
Well, it's proof that the military
was involved
psychological operations, special forces under the UN control was infiltrating secret societies such as the Temple of Seth and other satanic groups, and that there was a conspiracy with
Michael Aquino was the head of the NSA.
Well, do you know?
Yeah, we've had him on this show. Yeah, we've had him on this show.
Here's the thing, though.
And Michael Deacon has had him on his show
but
3 or 4 times after that.
Here's the dark side: is that Gorbachev was at the Presidio, Michael Aquino was at the Presidio. There was rumors of child trafficking at the Presidio, and
there's signed documents by the Michael Aquino. I can't find a picture of them, but there's the.
Wait, hold on. I need to make that
part of military intelligence.
There was a school.
Michael Aquino is the head of military intelligence.
Well, do you know who Ted Gunderson is?
Ted Gunderson. Yeah.
Well, Ted Gunderson dug up this school that was 50 miles from the Presidio that also had child trafficking there. And Ted Gunderson spent all his money to do this, right? And they found little shoes and toys and shit like 20 feet under the school or something,
Ooh.
and backfilled
Yeah.
tunnels. But the point
Yeah.
that Ted
I was
Gunderson,
Clint,
sorry.
real quick. No,
Look-
just real fast. I was trained by Michael Jackson out of body to meditate, pray, do soul retrieval, and all that on children in that area. The exact
Really?
area.
huh?
Anyway,
You
go
were.
ahead.
Well,
You
Ted-
were
And
trained.
then I believe after that was when Sherry experienced some really heavy gang stalking, some really freaky
Huh.
shit.
that's scary.
Psychic attacks and stuff, yeah. But I took that as that meant I was doing something to really help, or else it
Oh.
wouldn't happen.
Because
what,
they're involved in the child
E.A.
trafficking.
Wedding
There's a
told me.
dark magic. The when Ted Gunderson dug up the school, the tunnels were in the shape of the sigil of Asmodai. That's
Ooh,
what's
that is
dark.
creepy.
And-
Dude, that Asmodai was one of the demons that was gang stalking me back in 2020. I shit you
Huh.
not. I know that sounds
I think it's
crazy.
Asmodeus.
Well, the whole that's interesting about my friend had this DMT trip when his friend died, and he believed that he was a shaman, and that I don't believe that he was he wasn't very good, or to me
It
it's all
doesn't
about
matter.
plant medicine.
People
But anyways,
can go
he had a
through
DMT
a
trip
spell.
where he said he seen Michael Jackson walk up into a UFO, and it was really.
I believe it.
He said he swore to God and it was just the weirdest thing that somehow she's saying the same shit. Like,
And look,
Sherry,
I was
weren't,
not a
Sherry,
fan of
weren't you
Michael
saying
Jackson.
Michael Jackson was talking to you? He was delivering messages to you. Weren't you
Look, I
saying
can,
that?
yeah, it's real quick. The first thing that happened was in 2010, my nephew came to me and told me he was having out of body experiences. And at that time, I was very Baptist, and I was like, it's the devil in my mind, right? But I started reading the Bible, and it was full of out of body experiences. And so I was like, so then I was like really into it and studying a lot of stuff about it and stuff. Interestingly, his name was Lane Michael. And the two spirit guides that I have right now is Michael Jackson and Janie Lane from the band Warrant. But anyway, that it's weird that his name was Lane Michael. But now,
How do you
if
how do you know
ask him
that's your
today,
spirit
he doesn't
guide's
even
name?
remember it.
that's
How do you
interesting.
know that's your spirit guide's name?
Because I just interact with them a lot, and they've
Yeah.
shown me a lot. But Michael, he appeared in a portal by my bed, and he said, "Come on, hurry up!" And I was just like frozen. I was like, "I'm not going with you," like and then he crawls away in the portal. He thinks I'm following him. He notices I'm not, and he comes back up. And look, I could tell you every stitch of clothes he was wearing. And he's right in my face,
Yeah.
and he says, it's okay. You're not ready yet. Well, then a couple weeks later, I had an out-of-body experience, and I'm face-to-face with him. I was telling everyone he had on his bad jacket, but I was not a Michael fan. It was his Thriller jacket. And
You weren't
put his
even a
hands on my
fan of
shoulder,
it.
Well,
and he said, Sherry, you need to focus. You need to remember who you are. And after that, I started having out-of-body experiences, and he was training me on stuff, teaching me stuff, and doing all this stuff. And he started showing me how to work with these children and everything out of body.
Wow.
Did
Wow.
you have spirit dreams about like books or something? Because
Yeah, well, he
was it like
kept
was he
telling
showing
me
you
to buy a
stuff?
book. Yeah, he was trying to get me to buy a book, but he wanted me to type it in on the computer. And I was thinking, I'm all conscious.
That's
I'm
weird.
like, that motherfucker's so rich.
Well-
Why don't you buy the book, right?
Are-
And he's like,
Yeah,
"Just
you got
type
the
it
money.
in." Yeah,
Are you-
and he's like, type it in. I am that I am. And then he took my hand, and I could feel him holding my hand and looking at me. And so I didn't know if he was
Well-
telling me to write a book, or he was just telling me,
I am that I am.
that I am.
Are you familiar
Bible?
with Native American lore?
Wait, what?
Are you familiar with Native American lore?
Not a lot. I really want to learn a lot more. I know
Like
of some stuff.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, the trickster aspect. There's
Right.
there's
But I've had so many people tell me that, but like
well, the
I've
myth.
been having dealings
it's not
with
that it's
Michael though from 2012.
well, no,
and
no.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's not that it's a good or bad thing. It's that the trickster spirit was sacred. It was somehow sacred.
He is a little trickster.
Well, it's
Yeah,
like
it's a critical part of the
I think-
tribe. It's a part of
I have
our
a
culture.
theory based on the things that I've seen in the trip world, where the entities they had this power where the entities could change and look like anybody, and that
Right.
they were looking like that to make the person comfortable, I think.
See,
and
that's
that
the thing, though. I wouldn't have been comfortable with Michael at that point. I didn't know, I
That's
maybe
didn't know if
maybe
I
it
could
was
trust
his
him with
legit
alligators.
ghost.
That's
Yeah,
very
yeah.
strange.
And the thing is that I learned to trust him over much time.
Is there any reason you can think of that you chose his image as something to, talk to?
I will
that
tell you
can
this.
relate to?
Robert Wagner, he's a lucid dreaming author. We talked about it one time, and he gave me an assignment, and he was like having me write down. And let me just tell y'all, and he's like, when you run out of things, write more. And I have a lot of things in common with Michael Jackson, which sounds so silly, but there was even little bitty things I had in common with him on a much less grand scale. Like I
Like what?
taught dance. My dream was to open a princess preschool. He had Neverland. I've taught dance to children. I've always been, into children. I'm always into, like, since I've gotten older. I guess I feel like everything's went to crap, so I like keep trying to like do little things to my face, like Botox or whatever. I feel like I've had a plastic surgery go bad. Mine was on
Sure,
my
you
acne
don't
world
do
of
it.
it
Stay
did.
natural.
Would you
We love
mind telling us that story about the plastic surgery going bad?
Oh, I had a tummy tuck done, and it like opened up totally, and I like almost died and all kind of stuff.
Oh
Yeah,
no.
Oh,
Holy
dang.
cow.
Sorry to hear that.
yeah, yeah. So I mean, I'm really
Oh.
open. I had an eating disorder. Michael had an eating disorder. I went through some. I actually had a ghost friend of mine help me because like after that surgery, I was taking a lot of pain medicine, and that's a really neat story because my friend Tracy, the ghost, literally,
Wait,
showed me, like, if you keep taking that, this is what you, if you died right now, this is what you would experience. It's not a long story, but I mean, I
you
don't
had
want
a
to.
spirit dream about your ghost, about your friend?
I've had tons of spirit dreams, and my husband just died recently,
No,
and
no.
I had
Whoa.
an out of body experience with him.
Sorry to hear that.
I didn't see him. Oh, we're
Did you-
closer now.
Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say, I don't know if you can see
Through the ghost
the
radar.
the chat part, but you can put Kappa Ebo oil and Sangre de Grado sap on your skin and like your face and stuff, and it's like a healing thing. And
Oh yeah, put it in there because I can't afford all that. Like I did Botox and stuff like.
Well, this is like the Kappa Ebo oil.
Sherry-
It's like $30 for a big bottle of it. It lasts quite a while.
Wow.
Spirit, your who you are is beautiful. You don't need to do anything. Just get rid of all that shit, relax, and live the rest of your life,
My
not
problem
living
is
up to these assholes'
every-
ideals. Just
I know. Every
Well-
time I do something though, it
But we're all-
does something the opposite. Like if you try to take the wrinkles off your forehead, it drops your eyebrows down like this. And so then you gotta wait for that to go away. So
Well, I think we can all
feel
concur
bad
that
with women. I feel bad for women because they're forced to live up to these concepts that they put out in the news and the TV and the makeup section, and it's like, leave the fucking women alone. I mean, if they want to do it, fantastic, but don't make them feel like they have to.
yeah,
You know
I
what I
think
mean?
that's
It's
kind
all
of how
forced.
I guess I feel a lot younger than I am, and I just kind of try to do something to help a little bit.
do you believe?
That's all.
Well, do you believe that? Because we all think that you look great and stuff, but like,
Fantastic.
do you believe? Because I would never guess that you were that old or anything, or like.
Oh yeah.
Not that that's
I'm
older, but
54. I'm 54.
but like
There you go.
you said that there was a shadow
I'm
person
older
in your
than you.
house. Do you
Yeah.
believe that it could be trying to tell you that giving you these insecurities, possibly?
Oh,
like
I do believe that, when I was under all that attack, like what Daniel was talking about, that there was a lot of stuff going on, but I had just as much protection around me also. For instance, I didn't try to, like, I've had a lot of out of body experience where I've assisted celebrities. Some of them I didn't even know who they were until later. And then I had that confirmed, like, for instance, one of these kids' houses that I was in one time, I actually literally had an NFL player that I met later be like, I'm telling him, like, the bed was here, the vanity was here, and right here, and he's like a sliding glass door, and I was like, yeah. And it was like a child's room. And he was like, I've been in there, like, so I mean, I've had
Interesting.
confirmation on stuff,
Yeah.
So, and I never see the beginning of the experience or the end. I only see the only there in the middle.
Have you ever had
I
a
can't
spirit
see
dream
that
about
comment. What's that comment say, Daniel?
Here, I'll read it real quick. It's from the female Raven. She says she got breast implants, started getting disabling migraines, took the implants out, and the migraines went away. No doctor would
Ugh.
admit it was the saline breast implants. That's a conspiracy in itself. I
Oh, yeah,
believe
that
it.
Wow.
sounds legit.
Wow. God, just be natural. Just live, be who you want to be. If
Yeah,
you
my
want to
thing
go
is,
put
it's
that,
just
Did
so expensive,
did
everything.
did you have you ever had a spirit dream about like a large building of some sort, like a castle or any type of things
a
like that?
giant structure in the
Oh yeah, I've
future.
had dreams about castles and dragons, and I've had UFO. I've been in UFOs. I've been in UFOs, and I'm like helping control it, and I'm like taking off, and like there's kids running on the grass waving at me, like as I'm taking up, and it's like seems so
That's,
real.
have you ever had any markings on your body, like you woke up and had a weird like injury
Like
somehow, like a little
I've,
scoop mark? Like,
no, I know for a while. This is gonna sound so crazy.
well,
I literally had like a triangle on my forehead for several months. It was like discolored the
Oh,
skin, but
huh? That's
nothing.
interesting.
That's not uncommon in the world of UFO and fairy
Really?
abductions. They'll either give you a
huh.
triangle or they'll give you 3 dots in a triangle shape.
That's interesting.
Wow,
What if it's
I
somehow
never knew that.
your pineal gland is somehow overworked, and like it's somehow the
Yeah.
energy that's going into your head is like causing the burn mark?
I don't know, but I do know I see a lot of stuff.
I mean,
Like
that
I
sounds
always
kind of
I see
wild, but
orbs daily. I see blue orbs daily. I see a blue
have,
grid that's all over the world.
wait,
It's
you've
called
Harry,
seen
have you heard of the?
wait. You've seen a grid?
yeah,
I mean,
it's blue, it's translucent, and it's
the,
everywhere. It's in the parking
okay,
lots at
so
Walmart.
10 years ago, because I've only seen stuff on the psychedelics, and like 10
See,
years
that's
ago,
what's weird. I just
well,
see
you
it
must
all the
be
time.
one of the rare people who have the problem of constant spiritual you can see the spirit plane more than the regular person, possibly, like
Well,
literally.
she
And that,
works at a hospital where she's seeing
well,
life and death literally passing daily.
I think
oh yeah,
one
well,
problem that
Spirits and
well
sucks is when
wait.
I have spirits around me, I smell them and stuff, and I don't know who it is, and I hate that.
yeah.
Me and two of my friends, this was 10 years ago, because I'm retired from the psychedelic world because of bad stomach and heart and stuff, but like, okay, so me and two friends, we smoked the DMT, and we seen the grid pattern lines, except I thought they were more purple, but like we seen the grid pattern lines, and they extended far beyond the walls of the room. And
Yeah,
like and like
they're everywhere.
at one point we had this weird experience where we weren't on anything, and like we seen this flash of light come from the room where there was no way a possible flash of light could. We seen there was certain, like the speakers were doing this weird thing where like they were making a static noise, like, and it was getting increasingly louder. This was one of the trips, and like, but the speakers were really doing that, and like there was we seen this is I don't like to share this with people because my friend, he had gotten in a car accident, in that his head got hit by a truck bumper, in that he didn't go to the doctor, and he was bleeding in his brain, and like we speculate that the psychedelics kept him alive, because
Wow.
he but like when he was we had this experience, and like
What was
we
he on?
well we this is 10 years, it might have been 12 years ago, we smoked the DMT, and this is just like a 3-year phase that I was doing. Like, it started like 13 years ago and then ended 10
What
years
was
ago.
the guy on?
Well, hold on, here's what was weird though, is that the we could hear this noise that was coming from the speakers, and like the first thing that happened was the entire wall turned into playing cards, and there was like
Wow.
the jack and the king and the queen and then we seen them, and then
Sounds pretty cool.
Well, then the playing cards then like dissolved, and we could see, because we could tell that it was really the shapeshifters behind the shapeshifter spirits behind the, and then they were the tall black things, and fucking
Yeah.
we started yelling at them. And what's weird afterwards, my friend upstairs didn't even hear us yelling, but like there was the things appeared, and then it was so overwhelming that all of a sudden we heard this purr noise from like the distance, and there was some kind of spirit cat that like entered the room and then went on the ceiling upside down, and then made this extremely loud high-pitched noise for like 2 minutes. It was
Wow.
like the loudest screech you could. We were just like, ah, the fuck, you know, like. And then it all like, but it had a weird UFO vibe where like, I don't know how to explain it, but every time
That's
I've
crazy.
smoked the DMT or went to the psychedelic realm or had it come to me or whatever, like there was a weird intruder alert type thing where it was like one of the times we physically seen a short person that was like 4 feet tall. It was like it wasn't a shadow. We couldn't quite look directly at it. It was like in the room, and somehow it was. I don't even know how to explain it, but it's like somehow these things. I believe that their whatever their ships are, or whatever. I think it's some kind of spiritual. It's like they're in the spirit world, and somehow certain parts of it comes into our world sometimes. And
There you go.
I think it's interdimensional for sure.
And-
Well, Terrence McKenna talks all about seeing these things, seeing these beings.
oh yeah, he's the one that got
Once
me
you
into
go
it.
into it, it's like there's like, once your trip starts, you're looking at the jungle. He's in the jungle.
Well,
I'm looking into the fucking leaves, all the vegetation,
says-
and I can see the thing, the
But he-
insect-like looking thing. I remember in the Food of the Gods, he talks about seeing this fucking being, and it's sitting in the vegetation. It blends perfectly
That's
with
interesting.
There's
the
also
vegetation.
the idea that sometimes when you see certain things, like I'll sometimes be laying in bed and all of a sudden I'll have like this vision of a spider up close. And what that actually is, it's a spiritual alarm. And that type of spiritual alarm can happen many different ways. It happens in dreams all the time, but it's basically your aura telling you that some kind of entity is trying to penetrate your aura, or some kind of parasite is trying to attack you, and it's giving you
Spook shit.
warnings so
Well-
you can do some kind of cleansing or something like that.
Have you had
Yeah,
the
dog shit.
paralyzed dreams?
What
Were
was
you
that,
like-
Clint?
What have you had it? I don't have these anymore, but I used to have this thing when I was a kid, and it was full paralysis, and like what was weird is like it's a couple of the times I seen a white entity, and it was full body paralysis, and the thing would come up, and it was the spookiest shit. It would come up and it would touch my head, and it was like the freakiest
Ugh.
shit, and like I don't even know what it was, but the first time I encountered one of the white entities, I was in second grade, and I was looking down the hallway. I seen a light down the hallway in my old house, and fucking I thought it was my parents or something, and like my mom and my stepdad, like, and then I seen this white figure that I couldn't look. It didn't have any details. It was white though, like solid white, glowing, and it looked like a person, and it was walking towards me, and I hid under my covers, and fucking I was scared shitless, and fucking I hid under my covers, and like I seen the white thing walk into my room, it like through the covers, and then it walked up and touched my head, and then I don't remember anything else. And like I told the teacher at school, and because I was, it was a real it was a yeah, the counselor every fucking week would have me sit down and be like, what did you see? And I would tell him the
What the
story,
hell?
and he would be like, ghosts aren't real. And I'd be like, and I was in second grade, and I'm like, no, fuck you. I know what I seen. Like, I know it. It wasn't just
Yeah, isn't that interesting? You have one of these experiences, and then somebody that literally works for the government is sitting you down and trying to indoctrinate you with the idea that you didn't see shit. It's trying to
Sounds
shut
like-
you up.
Sounds like Stranger Things, yeah.
Yeah,
or your parents will say that's just a dream, you know.
My
Whoa, look at the
parents were
comment.
my parents never talked about any of this that we're talking about, right?
Well,
Right,
it's
that's why my
They let,
grandsons
but they
love
let me
telling me
go.
stuff.
But they let me go to the library. So as a kid, I was reading and smart enough to go find those sections of the library you're not supposed to go to. Your parents probably wouldn't approve of it. And then you start reading some of them books if you can read, and then they lead you to other books that go down them
oh yeah,
paths that your
the rabbit
parents
hole
wouldn't
of
fucking
books.
know. Yeah, so you know more about the world than your parents know.
Yeah, it's sad though. It's like we're living in a
It
world of
is sad.
idiots. And like they're all running the show and we're all sitting here
Yeah.
enslaved by their bullshit. And
Everybody in charge doesn't even read.
yeah, they
That's
don't even
fine.
they take an oath to the Constitution. They don't even know what the Constitution says. And they
They're
don't even
just
I'll
hypnotized
bet
by
they've
the
stopped taking oaths.
materialistic,
I'll bet
nihilistic,
they've stopped taking oaths altogether.
oh yeah,
I'll bet you money these people are so
absurdist.
freaked out they've stopped taking the oaths.
well
They
all
just
those
pretended they did.
all those different groups at the highest levels, like culture wise, are like the Marxists and all the other
They're Marxists,
anarchists, nihilists.
white
Well,
supremacists.
they're
Don't
all
forget that
they're all the lowest
scum.
well no, they're the lowest bricks on the pyramid of the secret societies. They control
Powerful.
they loosely control these people who willingly want to participate in this game that they've created. And like
Yeah.
the same way with the religions, with the 12 tribes of Judah or the 12 tribe thing, like they've convinced people to willingly participate in this spell, basically, where it's the people believe they're in this tribe of the 12 Israel tribes, and then they believe that somehow they're at war with the other ones. That's how the Nazis started, where it's like they were the tribe of the Aries
Tribe of
tribe.
Dan. But yeah, you know, I agree with that.
They want to produce the Ubermen.
There's an element of the whole conspiracy thing a lot of people don't realize, because they say, oh, how could all these people be in league? How could they, you know, who are they taking orders from? How does it all work? But what they don't understand is there is a spiritual lattice, a spiritual matrix that kind of controls everybody in almost like a hive mind. Like these people, these terrible leaders that are making these decisions, they are influenced by, each one of them could be influenced by legion, meaning thousands and thousands of demons. Like there's that old saying that 1,000 angels or something like that could fit on the head of a pin. That's literally what it's like. You could have like thousands of voices in your head, all like fucking with you at once. And these people are homeless. They're talking to the air. That's exactly what happened to them. They got lost in the labyrinth of the mind, and they can't tell fact from fiction anymore. These demons are just controlling their whole life.
So on the
I work psych, and I've had to say that there's such a fine line between.
On the one hand, Daniel, hold on, Sherry, hold on. As dark as what you're saying is true, but the reverse or the opposite end of that is you have as much power as you can muster inside of yourself. As fast as these guys can fall to the darkness in front of you that you're seeing, you can summon as much light as you can possibly.
The thing is that
inside yourself and light this fucking world on fire and free, and you can do incredible things. So
they're using deception, and our tool has to be truth, because truth destroys deception.
That's why you don't see me walking around with an AR-15 or going out and marching and stuff like that. No, I'm on here. I'm spreading information. I'm doing it the peaceful way, the intellectual way.
Well,
that's why you're not wearing a Trump hat.
Remedy to the constitutional problem, which is simply the quo warranto. It's a writ of quo warranto, where it would basically force anyone who's doing something unconstitutional to resign, or be faced with a huge, penalty, like a suing penalty. Because if they're out of breach of contract and they're doing something unconstitutional, and they're a corporate entity, because that's what it boils down to, is that they're each city is a corporation under the whole British scheme. It's a Ponzi scheme, basically, but like it's like it's
Well,
like
this whole
the
reality is a Ponzi scheme.
The only way
it's
it's
all made out of
still
words.
standing
It's
is
all
people are
lies.
giving it energy. The only reason it's still standing is people are giving it energy. They're
Yeah,
believing
because
it.
they believe in the bullshit, and we're all sitting here victims of their stupidity. I mean, basically.
Well, they gave us a promise that they broke over and over and time
Well, we're
again.
supposed to have gold and silver coin. We're supposed to have no standing military. That's what the founding fathers believed in. Every person
Posse
was,
comitatus, yeah.
yeah. The standing army of the United States was the citizens, and the old Supreme Court cases. William Cooper proves that the Supreme Court wanted people to be able to arm themselves in case Congress called upon us. But the thing is that Congress, the three-party system has been boiled down to two parties: the executive and the legislative, and that they got rid of the judicial branch in like the early 1900s, and then they replaced it with the Justice Department, and then they've created their own system of slavery by putting young kids in the system. Where I've been in the system, I've seen.
I heard somebody the other day call the Justice Department the Just Us.
Oh yeah, that's an old Richard Pryor joke.
Too
But
funny.
it's like they've got, okay, so I've got friends from the city who are black who are sitting right now in a prison making stuff that people use every day, and nobody wants to talk about it on Twitter. Even black people, they don't give a fuck. And it's like, what the fuck? I've got black friends that are literal slaves working for 99 cents an hour and shit, and fucking
prisoners are producing shit for the military industrial complex at a reduced
they're kicking out criminals. It is the school of hard knocks, because
that goes back to post-slavery, when not all of them, but a lot of officials in the South were mad because slavery got abolished, so they started finding other ways to imprison black people, which meant keeping them for longer sentences, and also straight up hanging them, etc.
They hate black people. They hate anybody of any other color or ethnicity.
Yeah, the slavery is going on right now.
That's all baked into the cake.
Well, that's why they got
our prison system. Listen, our prison system is a shame enough. Going to jail is the fucking punishment. You shouldn't go to jail and have to live in a giant criminal prison system that our government set up and allowed to operate. That's one of the sickest parts of our country.
Remember what Charles Manson used to say?
The government set the goddamn prison system up, and they're running this criminal thing inside.
Remember what Charles Manson used to say? He'd say, "I'm not a prisoner. It's all in the mind. I'm free. I'm more free than most of the people out there."
Well, I think Harold Berry Jr. teaches the prisoners out-of-body experiences so that they can. It's kind of interesting.
You know, Charles Manson was part of the MK Ultra. He's on.
Oh yeah.
Charles Manson is on record as being part of MK Ultra.
I think
they
there's
him up with LSD. He was in prison in California at Vacaville.
Think about who he killed, though.
He was one of their test subjects.
I heard something the other day that they were saying that Jack Nicholson was like there, and that was all like it was all like to instill fear in people. It was kind of like
I wouldn't doubt if half the Hollywood was
December of 2014.
See if they can make some cults, bring people in, convince them UFOs.
You remember the Black Dahlia? The Black Dahlia.
Yeah, the Black Dahlia murders.
Well, okay, so Black Dahlia.
A lot of stuff like that was probably to instill fear. A lot of it, it might not even happen.
Yeah,
they use fear porn, basically.
Kill somebody to get you to back off them.
Yeah, damn it, I'm stoned.
Works every time. Look, it works every time you go kill somebody.
Well,
people are going to think twice.
Well, I think there's two UFOs. I think two types. One is some kind of government UFO, and I think that the other type is some kind of ghost or spirit or some kind of like angelic or demonic being or something.
I think it could be an angelic being, like a spirit guide.
Yeah,
that was traveling in a Merkaba that I saw. That's what I think. Like, I mean, that's how I feel.
You've seen
that is something I wanted to like kind of say, and also that I believe angels were described as balls of light, or at least the cherubim were described that way.
Oh yeah,
Seraphim.
Seraphim, Nephium, Rephium. Well,
A lot
those
of
were the
pictures
dark
of them
ones.
have like red
Andy, call in, Andy.
wings and stuff.
Yeah,
But
hop
you know,
on
I was gonna
panel,
say,
Andy.
like if I bring Andy on, I've seen him forever. But like just
Yeah,
like
I've
looking
seen
at
you forever.
etymology, and I know that y'all know this, but with etymology, governmental is just govern the mind. That's just what it means.
Oh, totally.
Oh,
And
yeah.
also, I wanted to add from back when
spells.
y'all were talking about like us them bringing the drugs in and stuff. I really believe that the fentanyl was brought in to like help with like depopulation, because I mean the kids around here
Oh,
are
yeah.
dropping like flies.
Bill Cooper. Bill Cooper. I'm going to bring the ghost of Bill Cooper's here
And
tonight.
I was just throwing that in because of
That's a
No,
what
good
y'all were
point.
talking about earlier.
because we
that
got
there's-
Clint Eastwood, the Bill Cooper spirit's here tonight. Bill Cooper back in 1990 says, picture a map of the United States. Now put a pin in every city, county of every city in the United States.
Mhm.
In every one of those pins, you can get any drug anytime, day or
Oh, yeah.
night.
Well, it's
That
like
is not an operation people are smuggling on
yeah.
their back, sneaking in across the border. That is something they're bringing in by fucking ships.
But when I used to live in the hood or whatever, it's like some of my black friends were hustling, powder and stuff, and like they were hustling cocaine, and a lot of them are locked up now from it. But like
Yeah.
the rumor was that, and we all knew about this, and nobody cared. They still got it, but they were. I didn't do coke or anything, and I for a 1 or
Good
2
for
year
you.
period, I did hustle, but that was in 2001, and it was a long time ago, and I've done a lot of good to make up for all the evil, but like, and I quit immediately in 2002 when my friend killed himself, but like we all knew that there was undercover in a hotel room sitting there slinging kilos, and we all knew that it was going on in the hood. Yeah, we knew it was coming because the only other place was from Mexicans who were driving it over the border, and like,
no one's getting busted. Yeah.
Well, they all put their seals on it, and the
seal. Only people getting busted are the low level ones, and then they're throwing them in prison and charging society $100,000 a year to house them.
Yeah, it goes back to
$100,000
Freeway
to buy them a fucking house, and they
Freeway
can live
Rick
a nice
Ross
life.
Freeway Rick Ross and the Contra, what's it called? The Contra Wars. Back when they needed the money, so they were selling cocaine and crack, which is just it's cocaine mixed with baking soda or whatever, where they boil it. I don't know how to make crack.
Put some boiling soda.
Everybody's on fentanyl now.
My uncle was a soldier in the Contra Wars, and he admitted it to me, and he said to me, he said he was waking up in the middle of the night screaming, and and I was like, why don't you smoke some weed? And then he's like, oh, fuck that. When I was in Brazil, we were killing weed farmers. And he was in the military, and he was part of Contra, and they were killing all the weed farmers. And
because they were battling against the giant drug cartels.
They were taking it over
other countries. Yeah.
That's where the black budget comes
other
from.
Countries get the drugs, to get control of the drug supply chain.
Andy's talking about when he used to sell crack, he'd hide crack in his butt crack.
Yeah.
Wow.
Who you sell that?
I mean,
this bag stinks like shit.
Here's the thing: is that biblical wise, it's like, okay, so I'm pro psychedelics, even though I don't use them anymore, and I'm pro weed, and any type of plant basically. But like,
can we ask how old you are? Would that be out of line?
Wait.
How old are you, Clint?
Hold on, let me get my point though. In the biblical Greek, the word sorcery equated to pharmacopoeia. Which okay, so they're using these drugs, the bad drugs, which I mean, I don't consider weed a drug or mushrooms or anything, but I don't trip anymore. But anyways, they're using the drugs as a tool to manipulate the masses. It's William Cooper says they raise and lower the drug prices to, if there's an election, they'll lower the drug prices so the crime goes down. and then they'll raise the drug prices to make crime, and then
Yeah.
and
Sounds like eggs and gas. I'm just playing.
oh yeah, it's well
They
they're
cause
controlling that
pressure. They
too.
cause
They're
pressures on
they're
society
lowering,
that
yeah.
moves it.
Yeah, I
That's
never
why
looked
they
at it that way.
increased. They had big pallets of eggs and shit on BitChute that were being destroyed, and they were destroying products to and then they were jacking the price up.
These
And
guys are
like,
sick. They do it with everything. They do
well,
it with bananas. They do it with oranges. They do it with cocaine. Yeah,
yeah,
they're sick.
it's well they're just farming us to death, and we're all
No,
poor
totally.
as fuck. And like my
Totally.
family used to
They
have a
go
big
into countries, Clint. They go into countries that produce. What's your biggest crop? Bananas.
oh yeah.
Okay, we're going to help you with your banana production. You're only going to grow so much, and we're going to tell you how much, and we're going to do you in charge of shipping it to where it goes.
Well,
You can't grow any more than we say, or you go ahead, but we're only going to
yeah.
sell so much, and we're going to keep it at this price,
it's
or
like,
else we're going to come in and kill you and put somebody else in your place.
well, guess all the imports that are all those drugs that are killing kids these days, those are all coming from China, and like fucking
Sure.
all of our products that we use on a daily
So
basis.
United
from
States
China.
moves all of its
They said the
manufacturing
seed of
over
the
to
V
China.
came from there too.
Wait, what'd you say?
I said they said the seed of the V came from there too, though.
The what?
Oh yeah, well that's scary.
Seed of the V?
They admitted finally that the
You can't talk about that on YouTube, so say it.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
let's not get banned. Yeah,
yeah. But anyways, so
scumbags, criminals.
it's like they took over China a long time ago when the
Yeah.
when the
They didn't
Opium
take
wars.
it over. They moved their operation over there, and they took everything we had
Yeah.
that was good here, and they moved it there because they could pollute and get away with slave labor.
Oh,
That's
And
kind
now
of what the Boxer
powerful
Rebellion
than
was
us.
about.
well,
The foreign
old
powers
leader-
coming in and selling opium.
Oh
Exactly.
yeah, definitely.
The leader that was more democratic, Chiang Kai-shek, got rid of him and fucking moved in the communist one. That's why.
Yeah.
Why are we funding the communists? Once people find out that we're helping the commies, they can't understand. Why are we giving Russia money?
Well, here's
Did
the
you
thing.
know?
I
I
think
just
they're
found
all
out today. I
connected.
just
No,
found out
here's the thing
today.
though. Wait,
We're
stop.
giving $1 billion to Russia
Well, they've given a lot more than
for
that.
their nuclear program.
The thing is that the world government, there is no American sovereignty, and William Cooper proves that A, there's no America, B, the world government controls the whole world, C, they're doing all sorts of crazy shit, and D, that the secret societies and communism and socialism and democracy are all parallel, where the goals of them are, and here's the thing is that so democracy was started by the Illuminati. Socialism and communism are both branches of Illuminati Freemasonry, and that the
Karl Marx.
yeah, because he does the hidden hand sign. He's openly showing that he's a member, just like
Right.
Napoleon and the countless others. But I mean, certain ones like George Washington was a good one, but Napoleon was a bad one. Like the Stalin. There's a famous picture with in World War I where the president at the time was pictured with the leader of Russia and the leader of England, and that moment was when
Who was
the
president of Russia?
no, it was in like 1912 or right after World War I. It was a picture of
You're talking about Stalin and Roosevelt and fucking what's it? The English.
yeah, the English.
They're all Masons. Yeah, they're all Masons.
Well, they were
They're all
pictured
brothers
together. That's
Masons.
when the world government was fully in place, and that's when they put the keystone. They put the capstone on the pyramid on the dollar bill, because they were showing the world that it was all done. It was finished. It's like George Maxwell says, "Annuit coeptus," which means a finished enterprise, or
Bless our enterprise. Yeah, bless our enterprise or something. Anyway.
But the whole Antichrist concept, though, is like this has to do with that, because it's like they're the false leader, and it's like it's like the Greek word. It means to be like, to copy, and they're all trying to copy the real ancient lore because they lost the original lore. and that the real ancient lore is the only lore that has the real truth, and that every church on the planet is corrupted it, turned it into like the Christ consciousness or
Some
the
version of the world government's religion. Yeah.
you can
Some,
tell if they're corrupted when they say the Christ, because they mean William Cooper proves this in all sorts of quotes, but they mean that the initiate or the religious candidate is becoming they've convinced the initiate that they are Christ or have Jesus in them, and that like that concept is the same concept as the Luciferian philosophy, where the seething powers of
Yeah.
Lucifer, in the
Well,
words of
what-
Albert Pike writes that specifically, the seething powers of Lucifer flowing through the initiate, and
Well, real quick before you get off that subject, I was just going to say, even with the Mandela effect, I do believe that there could be something happen like naturally from like the creator, or like I said, us from the future giving us messages, but
yeah.
and also a copy.
Before we get
Possibly.
so far off track too, Sherry, I want to bring it back to what you were talking about. I think we are partially creating our own reality. I've seen
really
evidence
think
of
we
it.
are creating I have a small video on my channel called I'm Imagining Things, because they have so many things that are distractions for us, like
Sure.
whether it be like false flags, things like that.
Trump's going to
And
jail
yeah,
this week, all week.
right, anything like that. And I noticed that I had got wrapped up watching this like true crime. I was following this one case, and it was
Yeah.
about a stepmom that
What
killed
case was
her
it?
stepson. And wait, real quick. So like all of a sudden, right in my area, a stepmother killed her stepdaughter, and her name was Bella.
Whoa.
And then my
Whoa.
daughter texted me and said, "I swear to God, I'm going to kill my dad. Are you going to see me on a true crime show?"
Yeah.
And then all of a
Synchonicities.
sudden, the last case that I was interested in, that I'm trying to get out of it, I noticed the Mandela effect on the killer's name, because he was a vegan and his last name was Kohlberger, and I'm all into it. So I'm thinking like charcoal barbecue and burger, and I thought it was ironic that he
In
was
summertime,
right.
yeah.
Well,
That's
now the
interesting.
L is gone. It's Kohlberger, and I'm like, no one else is noticing this. This is a Mandela effect. And it's like
Yeah.
I need to get out of this true crime stuff. I'm like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I really see where I create my reality all the time. Now I'm trying to win the lottery. Okay, I'm having trouble with that one. But other
Sherry-
stuff like that, yeah, I can do that for sure.
Sherry, my wife loves those true crime stuff, true crime
Yeah, I
podcasts,
know.
true crime shows. I'm with
True
you.
crime's huge these days.
The most,
Oh yeah.
in my opinion here, because it's just my opinion, the most important thing they're hiding is your own power.
Yes.
Oh
They
yeah.
don't want you to
And they
know
want to
what you're
distract you
capable
from
of.
it.
Well, that
Right.
And
that's what they say.
even
That
you're not
sorry.
aware. Even you're not aware, because we're not pushing up against the weird membrane unless you realize there is something there.
Well, you've
Once
heard
you
of the
start pushing up against it, then you start realizing, wow, can we shape this? Can we make something happen with this? And yes, the facts are you can.
Well,
You've heard
hey,
about-
have you guys ever heard about a series of books called the Celestine Prophecies?
Yeah,
the
the Celestial
movie was
I've been
interesting.
getting messages from the spirit world about this series of books, and they've been telling me, Daniel, you have to look into this. You have to read these books. I'm a
It's
little bit
all
too busy and too
symbolic.
lazy to actually read them. But
Well,
basically,
they're
what
kinda-
happens in the books is that it's about people kind of like waking up to realize this whole like Illuminati thing, secret societies and stuff like that. And once they start to become aware of it, they start experiencing all these synchronicities, and that's kind of what the series of books is about.
Yeah.
Are the
Interesting.
secret? Oh, hey, right there!
My computer was sitting on it.
Whoa.
That is
The whole
crazy. Another freaking synchronicity right there.
No doubt.
About a
No
book
doubt.
about synchronicities.
No
You
doubt.
guys, did you guys used to listen to Freeman at all, or
Freeman Fly?
Sure.
Yeah.
I did.
Oh,
I
yeah.
was all about Freeman. Freeman,
Oh yeah.
yeah.
I
I
used to
actually
call
was
him
paying him
so.
$7
They ban
a
him
month
all the
forever.
time. They get rid of his
But
channel once he comes
He used
on.
to
or
always.
something.
Sorry. He used to always talk about synchronicities too, where like he said he would hitchhike and people would pick him up and all sorts of weird shit. Where he would meet all these Jordan Maxwell. You guys are familiar with that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. Well, he also, it's interesting that he
Freeman Fly's hanging out with the Grateful Dead, following a bunch of hippies around, hanging out in the desert. Yeah, he tells that
I
story
just,
all the time.
I'm
it
still in
just freaks me
contact.
out because
Oh,
I have
sorry.
like 5,000 books, and I literally had to put my computer up just a little bit, and
That is a
that was kind of
synchronicity
Yeah.
from hell right there.
so weird.
Synchronicity from hell.
I'm
Here's
still in,
Not from
I'm
hell.
sorry.
I
Proof
used to
positive.
talk to Freeman a long time ago, and then, but I mean, I talked to his girlfriend too, but like,
Oh yeah, she was great. She had all that Disney princess programming
Yeah.
stuff. I was all into that. Like,
but I really lost. They broke up, and like I lost contact with Freeman, and it
You
sucked.
talked to his girlfriend?
And,
I
like,
remember that was a long time ago. when
Yeah.
his
Well, I mean,
girlfriend was part
I
of the
still talk to her, and so we're friends
show.
or whatever. But like,
What's her
oh,
name?
cool.
What's her
It's,
name?
love
I
her.
forgot.
Jamie Hanshaw. She's
Jamie
Yeah.
Henshaw.
I
She have
wish
a
you could
podcast?
know how much I learned from that princess programming stuff. A lot.
There's she was on Alex Jones a couple times or something.
Does she have a podcast nowadays or not?
She's got a YouTube, but her husband
got a
has
YouTube.
a pretty famous following, kind of, this Jay Dyer
Huh.
dude. I mean, I don't really.
Jay Dyer. Yeah, I like
I
Jay
know
Dyer.
that
He's
is too.
pretty good.
Yeah.
It's
Jay Dyer's pretty good.
Wow.
There's like a thing though where it's like they do expose a lot of like stuff that's interesting, but it seems like it's like you gotta choose your battles, like which is the
There you
most,
go.
And for
Now,
for us,
choose your
it's like
battle. What
the
hill are you gonna
Illuminati
die on?
is the Illuminati and the war. It's like the Illuminati have destroyed shamanism, real shamanism, and that like and that they're trying to make everybody believe in their system of words that like coincides with this great plan that they have for all of humanity. And like I don't know, it's really weird. It's like, but somehow I think that somehow the secret societies may be involved with the UFOs somehow, where I mean it's really hard to explain,
Clint,
but like
Clint, I always like to come around to the question of what hill are you going to die on? What's the very most important subject you can cover? If your brain can even grasp that and then realize what is it. So you're right on the target there. You have to keep dialing in, buddy, because there's all fringe arguments. There's all this stuff you could talk about. There's all this stuff you could argue for, but what hill are you going to die on in the end?
The most important one I would say is like just our freedom in general, all people.
Freedom, yeah.
And like, what that's interesting that
you're more than your physical body.
I say that all the time.
Too. I believe that we definitely have spirit, that we're spirits. I don't like to say the word soul because I think it implies ownership, and I think that we are the spirit, and that I think that the out of body thing is really weird. Where I've only experienced it twice, and the first time was
me too
on the mushroom dare, with the mushroom spirit taking me in the it teleported me somehow, and the other one was a dead friend.
How much mushrooms did you take that first time? The first one, how much mushrooms did you take?
This is like 12 years ago. I took 7 or 8 grams. 8 grams of psilocybin.
That's a lot.
Took a quarter.
5 grams is a major dose, so 7 is a lot.
8, so you took a quarter.
I like ate really scarcely the whole week before.
There you go.
And then
there you go.
But like the whole
stomach was all empty.
The biggest thing about it though is simply the dark and complete silence. And that
it was in the dark. You had the lights out.
Yeah, the lights were off. But the thing, but the other one was a dream. It was a dream out of body, and that's how I knew that what she's saying is legit, because the dream out of body was a dead friend came to me and forced me to go to his funeral that I purposely didn't go to. And like, it was the weirdest shit.
Yeah.
Well, that's not totally uncommon, because like in the dream world, the dream world is also like there's portals inside of the dream world to other realms. And one of those realms is the land of the dead.
Oh yeah.
Totally.
Well, what was weird is that my friend
this was like a long time ago, keep in mind, over 10 years ago, statute of limitations on any criminal stuff. But
In
anyways,
2013.
what he was he was a self-proclaimed DMT shaman, and he believed that he was in touch with all this stuff and that he was Osiris, but he was experiencing all this madness.
Dang.
And like, I tried to tell him, I was like, dude, I think that you're on the dark side in a weird way.
He
And you
was
need to.
telling you he was experiencing madness.
Well, no, that's my.
He was starting to think he was actually Osiris.
Yeah,
That is
he
a
said-
telltale sign of somebody that's doing some serious invocation. Sorry.
But he thought that he said he had the eye of Ra on his foot, and like that he was he would say all this really weird shit. And then there was this weird trend in the city where all the people were trying to purposely say stuff that was insulting to you, and it was a really weird thing that was.
I've had things like that happen to me.
But like when he died,
Reminds you
though,
of Agent Smith from
well,
the
he
Matrix.
died under mysterious circumstances where okay, so
He died.
well, yeah, like okay, so I went to his house to get some mushrooms, and like and I was gonna smoke some weed with him because I had some really good weed. The mushrooms, I was just gonna eat them all, but like
Clint, you sound like a fun person over there.
well,
Go over to
But-
Clint's house, do some mushrooms.
I went to well, I don't do mushrooms anymore or anything. I
Right
just smoke
on.
weed. But anyways, I
There
went
you
to
go.
this story is crazy though, because I went to his house and he had these roommates. One of them was a porn star, and she was attempting to commit suicide. And I walked in on it and stopped her. And she literally had the rope tied to the ceiling and shit. And I was like, I gave her all my money. I gave her the weed that I had. I begged her not to do it, you know. And
She's like, I feel so bad about my self-image. I'm gonna kill myself.
well, she was MySpace famous. I can't say who it was, but like, anyways,
Sure, you can.
well,
Why not?
I don't actually know
No,
her
I'm just
MySpace
kidding. Let's
name, but-
respect
You
the anonymity.
well, anyways, I saved her life, and like, I told her that she said she was waiting on a disability check, and I was like assuring her that it would be there on Friday, you know, and like I had no idea that how long she waited or anything, you know, and like, but synchronicity, she got the check that Friday, and she'd been waiting like a decade
I
for it.
channeled that information on
But then-
accident.
Well, then what was fucked up is that the balance of the universe or some shit, like something, whatever demon was trying to get that chick went to my friend who lived with her, who died, who was the guy that was experiencing the madness. He was he told this chick he was gonna go get milk, and then he left barefoot and drove a van into the swamp on the freeway, ran across the freeway, and then ran into the wheels of a semi truck, and he died. And it was fucked up because he was so lost, and like, and then in the dream though, he came to me in the dream, and
After he died.
yeah, and he was washed of all this lostness. Everything that he was in the real world, it was gone, and he was clear-headed. And he came to me in this dream, and he all that happened was I was sitting in my bed in an empty room, and it was just the bed and the bookshelf, and he appeared out of nowhere, and then all of a sudden we were at the funeral, and then he looked at me and he showed me his friends who were also my friends, and he said, "Stop the Kabbalism," and that's all he said, and then it was over, and I have no idea what to think about it. And
Were you familiar with Kabbalism before he said that? Did you know what that
oh yeah,
meant?
well, I
Yeah,
tried to
you had-
convince him that he was. I tried to explain to him that he was under the spell of the New Age religion, where it's like a
You had arguments with him about his belief system.
yeah, and I could. Well, the thing is this system, it's like a dark side religion that people claim to be light and shit, and it's taken another friend of mine whose name was Emily, and she was a really pretty chick, you know, and like she was really she was a rich girl. Her parents were super rich. They were just loaded. Like they knew the fucking the DeVosses, and she was babysat by the DeVosses before, and she died a long time ago from suicide, and she was under that spell, and I told her that she was on some evil shit and fucking. But one time when she was alive, she told me and my friends, like 6 different people, we were standing on a deck. She said that she claimed that the DeVosses raped her or something. Like she claimed some weird sex traffic shit in the heart of this super rich community, and it was really fucked up. Like to firsthand hear it, like it was so creepy. Like I don't know how to explain it.
Let me say something real creepy right now.
Go ahead.
In this
Drum roll.
community here, we've been brushing around the edges of what's coming, what's already here. AI is going to start. It's already dug into your lives. It's wrapped around you like vines on an old building. We are covered in their infiltration, whatever the fuck this is.
Oh yeah, I hate to use the word, but
let me tell you what the future.
System.
Let me tell you what the future holds. Bill Cooper warned about. If they ever get Bill Cooper in the 90s is saying, if they ever get a credit card where your money's all on a card, you're done.
Oh yeah.
They'll lock you down to 1 square inch of an apartment building. Let me tell you what's even worse than that. They're going to fucking come on with all the AI and the 5G. They know everything you've been doing. They can influence electromagnetic energy and radiation.
Oh yeah. Well, I think that they're doing stuff to us.
We're not fighting something that you can see like in the movies. We're fighting something that's AI algorithms that's already been set up against you. And it's anybody that doesn't want to get along or go along with them. And that's what you're going to start having to fight against.
Oh yeah,
that's the weirdest shit that's going on right now.
The peer pressure
that we can't quite talk about.
The procedures.
Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla.
Yeah,
it's like that's the people under the spell. It's like they're blind to facts. They're blind to logic, and they're blind to any firsthand eyewitnesses accounts to stuff.
You could show them the evidence right in front of their face.
I could tell somebody. I've purposely told people and had the witnesses with me about the psychedelic experiences or ghost experiences who we firsthand seen the shit. We told the person in the room with us, we seen supernatural shit, hands down. And they sat there and looked at us like we were crazy every time it's ever happened. And it's like, and it's like to think that people think that, because to be a first-hand witness, to UFO stuff, because I used to be against UFOs. My ex would always say this shit, where she'd be like,
You didn't believe him.
Yeah, I didn't believe in him. My ex is like, she's like, I see UFOs in the front yard, and I'm like, bullshit. I'm like sitting there smoking weed, like, shut the fuck up, you're full of it, And then I go out there one day. This is like 13 years ago. I went out there. She said she's seen the UFOs, and I entertained her notion because I thought she was full of shit. And then I went out there and fucking there was an orange ball in the sky that was it was like boom 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 boom, like fucking ricocheting across the sky, and then pew, like out into outer space. It was gone, and it was fucking like, I've got 20/20 vision, and I was like, what the fuck was that? And I fucking ran inside, and I'm like, fuck that. Like, what the fuck? Like,
so Clint, did you ever tell us how old you are?
Oh, what? How old are you?
I am 56.
I'm 40.
Yeah, I'm 40.
All right, same age as me. But hey, I want to make a point here. As far as people being under a spell or people not believing things, all you have to do is look at and Anton LaVey Satanism, where all these guys are into all this satanic imagery, all this magic, ritual magic and stuff like that. Yet they don't believe in any spirit world or anything like that. That's a microcosm of what's going on a greater level, where society or the world has always believed in the spirit world. They've always believed in this stuff until modern times, until this spell of materialistic, nihilistic absurdism has infected every single person just about, or most people by now. And it gets worse with every generation because they're indoctrinating the children.
That's why they convinced everyone to believe they're gods. And that, like, if you go to any festival, a modern festival with, like, you can ask any random person, be like, are you a god? And they will say, yeah, I'm a god. And then you'll say, are we all one? And they'll totally agree. They'll be like, of course we're all one. And it's like that, those two principles right there, believing that you're a god and believing that we're all one, is the Luciferian philosophy. And fucking they've taught it to the masses, and that the masses have all come to this fake wokeness under their own free will and accord, just like witchcraft says. The people, the initiate, has to do it under their free will and accord for the spell to work, and that they've all done it. And like there's something really weird going on with, you know, ancient world stuff, mysticism, and the UFO phenomenon, out of body experience, the hunting of, like, the possible hunting of ancient families in wars, that in modern wars they've eliminated certain peoples, or like how where anybody who has seen anything supernatural is like demonized.
I know what you're saying, but like, I guess I disagree on one part. The thing about believing that we are gods, I don't think that's altogether like an untrue belief, because even Jesus Christ in the Bible, he said that you guys don't even realize you are as gods. You're like gods.
Yeah,
So
he said everything that I've done, you'll do in greater.
Well, I think that the Greek is really tricky with the Greek words. It's always like the thing that I come to with the Bible research is like, when I look up the sentence in the Greek and then I endlessly look up the words. Like, I haven't done this for a lot of it, but only certain parts. But like, it's like it always brings me to some weird rabbit hole where, you know, it's like the whole different story, kind of, where like, I mean, it's hard to explain. It's like
I know
like,
what you mean, though.
like the rabbit hole of the scroll, or the manna, the white round thing that the angels give to the people, where it's like, I don't know if they're giving them a psychedelic mushroom, or if there is a literal white stone of the philosopher's stone that was somehow Jesus had, and was their apostles knew about the philosopher's stone, and John was the last person to know about it in the book of Revelations.
Those little crystals inside the pineal gland.
Also the Holy Grail was said to have really been a stone of some kind, and actually the cup has a stone inside the cup.
Whoa, that's weird.
Yeah, that's a whole like realm of research that I've barely touched on. That if you wanted to explore that, you could find a lot of shit, I'm sure.
That's interesting.
Yeah. But hey guys, we've been going like almost 3 hours now. I think it's finally time to kind of bring things to a close. So I want to go ahead and just give everybody a chance to talk in closing. Why don't we go ahead and start with you, Clint? Why don't you go ahead and hop up on the soapbox one more time, say whatever you'd like to say to the audience out there, and follow that up with anything and everything you'd like to plug, please.
Well, I guess damn it, I'm really stoned.
Let's let it flow. Let it flow. What does God want you to say?
It's like, okay, so back in like 2008 or so, or maybe it was like 2005. It's like me and my friends came up with this whole, I don't know if we came up with it, but the whole, like, it's like there was this like idea that, you know, that we're trying to like find knowledge and be nice to everyone, and like try to make stuff cool for everybody, and like, you know, look out for people. And it's like these days everybody's all out for themselves so hard, where it's like, you know, we're all struggling, and like all the people are all fucking just looking out for themselves, but nobody's looking out for everybody else. And it's like, if we all looked out for each other, we could all stop all this in a heartbeat. You know, like, it's like you know, the free will of the masses, which is being extorted to make this construct of words that we call culture and existence, is like, it's all under, the masses are all just keeping it going. And, you know, it's like we're trying to get to the truth and like some type of happy existence that's not shrouded in like garbage products and false wisdom and like fake ideologies and like, and it's like all we know is like the fucking it's like the secret societies have their goals, but they also clearly want to destroy other things. And like they've been purposely covering up archaeological stuff about ancient world subjects, you know, biblical lore, Babylon, Native Americans, like fucking, you know, even you were talking about Lord of the Rings. Well, Lord of the Rings was based on the Scottish uh the Scottish old kingdom of Dal Riata, where they had you know, this lineage of kings that went back to like 4000 BC, that, you know, where there was lore about, you know, some type of humanoid entities that they pushed back into the caves and pushed them back into the earth, and like lore about, you know, the elves and the fae and the the supernatural entities and stuff that are, you know, in the modern day has destroyed people's belief in these supernatural entities. And you know, this stuff happening that we can't explain, like fucking, you know, many people have seen in the psychedelic realm, have seen large machines, gears, like some type of technology. It's hard to explain, but it's like, you know, there's I mean, there's really no way to explain it, but like I don't know, it's like I think that the universe is like got these people that are like the workers of the universe, that kind of like, they're kind of like custodians, or, you know, like handyman type situation. They're repairing things or cleaning the universe, and sometimes we get a glimpse of them, and that like, but other times there are like dark spirits that are like literally vampiring people, or like, I mean, it all sounds really crazy, but it's like the real world is more crazy than anything you could possibly imagine. Like it, you know, I mean, it's like there's people out there that have firsthand experiences that they can't explain, and you know, that violates the laws of science, and that, you know, it's like we're all trying to find answers, and fucking you know, the that it's just crazy, because it's like people need to spend more time trying to find answers than playing video games and like watching football. Well, no, nothing against sports, because we do need to like entertain, to like chill out and relax and stuff, and like it is like part of our, I don't know. But anyways, it's like the Illuminati is fully taken over. There are no country sovereignties. The whole world is, you know, just in shackles to these, you know, rich people that we don't even know. We don't know the real rich people's names, because they're up so high in the ranks and stuff, that like, you know, we're just they've created these systems that are just robbing us from every angle. And you know, it's like we need to try to stay humble and build self-sufficient communities, and you know, try to start our own businesses, or like try just do anything that we can to try to stop the mainstream from being the whole of people's existence. Because the mainstream, like I believe, you know, according to my psychedelic experiences, the, you know, it's like when the mushroom threw me into the sun. I mean, it sounds crazy, but when the mushroom threw me into the sun and I seen all those people like and felt them melting and stuff, it's like they were all, I could see what they were thinking, and they were all concerned with like McDonald's or video games or movies, or like you could like, they were just shrouded in this cultural bullshit, these fictional stories of nonsensical, like, you know, the whole mainstream, it's all just sell out garbage. That's why when you get old and your old age and stuff, there's people that are just losing their minds because they believe in all the lies and the bullshit. And it's like once you start believing in all these lies, eventually you fucking become damaged goods, and you can't even you don't even know what reality is because you've adhered to the political lies and the McDonald's and fucking, and it's like the real world is happening, and it's like, there's wild ass shit that's going on, and everybody's seen so many movies that they think because someone's seen a UFO that it's somehow, just a joke, or they're just crazy or something, but it's legit. Like, it's people I've seen videos of the UFOs make I'm not saying they're aliens or anything. I don't know what they are, but like I've seen them make like Celtic knot patterns in the sky, or like in the videos, or like, my personal account of the cigar shaped craft, and like the like so many people have seen stuff, but they've always been embarrassed to say it. Like one time I asked my mom if she believed in ghosts, and she said once that she claimed that she was raped by a spirit, and like a succubus or something. She didn't use that word, but like, that's what she was implying. And it was just weird that, like, to hear that, because my mom doesn't believe in like the supernatural or anything, but when she said that was really weird. And like there's all sorts of people that probably have a weird story that they never told people because they're afraid of being judged. And it's hard to talk about these things and have people judged and stuff. And like it's like a, because I've had a million people call me crazy and all sorts of shit just from talking about this shit, talking about anything, like it's just like you guys still there?
Yeah, but loving what you had to say, but we should probably wrap it up soon.
Yeah, I'm done pretty much.
Okay, right on. Sorry to cut you off.
No, you're good.
So you want to talk about like how people could find you, like email you, find you on Twitter?
Oh, yeah, I'm under Clint Eastwood with an A first at the Eastwood part, or Third World Assassin, which is just a rap name. But like, I mean, really, I personally keep all my research to myself pretty much. But like the William Cooper stuff, it's like William Cooper's seen the UFOs. He doesn't know what they were. He claimed the government. There was a video where he said that he said when he's seen the top secret documents that it said that there was a treaty with the aliens, that there was multiple alien species that were having some kind of battle or something, and that there was a treaty where certain people could be taken and done stuff to. And like, I don't even know what to think about all that, but like William Cooper says he doesn't know if it was real or if it was some kind of psychological operations, but based on seeing an actual UFO 3 different times, 3 different kinds, it's like, and that, it's like, I can't deny that, there's stuff in the sky. There's something really spooky going on, and like I can't explain it. And like I think the closer we get to the shamanic world, and like I'm pretty much rapping. I'm done.
Okay, right on, man. Well, hey, appreciate having you on as usual, and hopefully you will join us again next week.
Oh yeah,
right on.
It was cool talking to you guys.
Hell yeah.
We should have told Sherry that she should interrupt us whenever she wants, because we all talk too much.
I think she likes this format of show. In fact, thank you for joining us, Clint, and we will definitely love to talk to you next time. Let's move on to Sherry. Let me unmute her mic and blow her up on the big screen. Sherry, would you like to hop up on that soapbox and say whatever you'd like to say to the audience out there? And please follow that up with anything and everything that you would like to plug.
Well, I just want to say thank you for inviting me on, because I do love this, and I will come on anytime, you know, because I love listening to everybody's stories and stuff like that.
Excellent.
It's hard to find people with the same kind of, you know, that gets you. But if I was going to plug anything, I would say I have a little bit of YouTube channel. It's Overprotected 1111, no space, just to say, because there's an old channel on there that has a space. So no space, Overprotected 1111 is the YouTube channel. And I don't have a lot on there, but the thing that I would love to invite anyone to watch is my presentation on simulation theory, retrocausality, the Mandela effect, synchronicity, reverse speech, and Janie Lane, that the lead singer from Warrant, and how all of these things presented themselves in my reality. It's pretty cool how it's all connected. There's a little bit of decoding numbers with the periodic table and stuff like that. Really cool. And then if anybody wants to type in, the short thing would be Janie Lane Contact from the Afterlife. And that would go to the channel Unbiased and on the Fence. That's the guy that helped me with my PowerPoint and everything, Shane from Unbiased and on the Fence. And also on there is Michael Jackson Contact from the Afterlife, which kind of tells the whole story of that kind of. And then there's another one on there called Overprotected Paranormal on Unbiased on Fence that tells all of my lovely family ghost stories and experiences like that friend that came to me in my dream and all that stuff. And so just the YouTube channel and all of those things. And I'm way into the Mandela effect. So they do have a conference coming up in September in Connecticut, September 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. And I just wanted to tell everyone about that so that they could get a good turnout. But I guess that's about it.
Can you give us that name of your YouTube one more time? And also, Clint is asking in the chat why 1111 or 1111.
Oh, well, 1111 is just a big synchronistic number for me. It like shows up a lot at those times when, you know, it seems to always show up right whenever I've said something or heard something that was really important. And yeah, you know, it's just really synchronistic to me. As well as like 444 and stuff like that. But 1111 was kind of the biggest one for me. And I feel like my reality is coded with 8s and 1s. I believe that it's not 0s and 1s, it's 8s and 1s, because that's how it showed up in my life. And I think it's 2 little zeros, one on top of the other. But anyway, so yeah, just that's the YouTube channel, Overprotected 1111. But I have a lot of stuff on the channel Unbiased and on the Fence, and that's in playlists on my channel also, like other shows that I've done and stuff like that. So thank you for the opportunity.
Absolutely. Definitely great to have you on anytime, Sherry. Thank you for joining us once again. Get a lot of good feedback about you and can't wait to talk to you again.
Thank you. It was good seeing you, Todd. Bye, y'all.
Have a good night. And now we've got Todd the Bod.
And then there were 2.
And then there were 2.
Wow, fantastic show. So good to see Sherry. Right on, Sherry. Good to see you. Right on, Daniel. Don't keep me as the main focus. Put you back on for 1 second.
Well, if you don't have much to say, do you want to delve into this? Do you want to delve into this Trump stuff a little bit? I mean, we're kind of getting into it.
Yeah, I totally want to go into the Trump stuff. I also wanted to finish though with Sherry and Clint Eastwood. So good to have Clint Eastwood on. He brings up like the ghost of Bill Cooper. I told you I found that book. I wasn't going to go buy that book new, Daniel, because somebody stole my copy with his signature in it. But when I saw it at the thrift store for $7.99, I snagged that sucker. Somebody had already went through, Daniel, and highlighted some pages. You know, like you would do with the Bill Cooper book.
Do you see
before
that
I got-
comment, Todd?
Which one?
J Vega 419 is asking. He says, "Todd, can I get an autographed copy of your grimoire?"
Oh yeah, that would be cool. I might make reproductions of the grimoire, on paper. Just make a
You're
copy
selling
of it.
books, man. All the pieces are in place.
No, I'm not selling books.
You're
my
giving them away.
grimoire would look really cool though, but man, this Bill Cooper book set the world on fire. This guy went around the country and got nuts, made a few people that paid attention to what he was saying, got them going in certain directions. Before Bill Cooper, I already heard about the conspiracy. I already found it. It was smart, right? I saw that stuff a long time ago. Before even Bill Cooper in 1990, I already seen it. If you were smart, it was all around the literature, right, Daniel?
Well,
The one world government.
If you stumbled in the right section of the bookstore library, you may have found a book written in the early 1900s. I believe you told me about it. What was it called?
Well, there's Protocols of Zion. That was written a long time ago. That's a creepy one. What one are you? Are you talking about the the one I have?
Was it called like Illuminati something or New World Order? Or it was like written in 1914. It was one of those books you stumbled upon when you were younger.
No, I don't remember anything like that. But
there's something like that out there. You're not recalling it, but there was a book written really early on that was like before Bill Cooper or any of these people, and you had
lots of them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to try to recall it right now. That'd be pretty tough to do on air, but there's some stuff out there, definitely. I mean, people have been in the know about this stuff since this stuff started.
The reason the Bill Cooper book's so big is because he brought up shit that the conspiracy thing already existed before Bill Cooper got here, right, Daniel? There were people, absolutely. Everybody knew the one world government is coming. Even in the 70s, the John Birchers were telling you the one world government's coming, the corporations, the communists. That's why I still can't refute like the book None Dare Call It Conspiracy, Daniel, because that's just a reality. That's
JFK warned us.
JFK. When JFK's son is running for president, Daniel, right now, telling you the government killed my dad, elect me. Are we living in some weird times or what?
Definitely.
When it's coming down to Donald Trump, who's telling you I'm innocent and this corrupt, evil thing is persecuting me, and Robert Kennedy Jr., whose dad was killed by this thing we're all dealing with, are we living in some weird times or what?
Yeah, but I mean,
very strange shit going on. All right,
personally, I don't really believe in Trump being one of the good guys. I mean, I've seen too much evidence of him being, number one, he's very perverted and forceful towards women. Number two, he's got a long history of racism. I mean, I excuse me, ghosts are attacking me. But long history of like racism, history of Zionism, of favoring the fate of Israel.
Of racism. He has a twisted view the media has tried to present of a long history of racism. What he did when he was in there, while he was in there, was more than's ever been done by any president for black people. He brought black people to the White House. He reduced sentences, released people from prison, changed the whole goddamn strike system that was set up against black people, and let thousands of black people out of prison.
J Vega 419.
Kanye West come there, or somebody fucking came to the White House and.
J Vega 419 says JFK smoked a joint on the roof of the White House in 1962 with Willie Nelson.
Probably he did. It must have been amazing. Looked out on our country and said, "This is all mine. I'm king of this bitch." Before they killed him. Right before they killed him. Sounds about right.
So one of the things that Trump has done that has caused me to believe that him to be racist, bear with me. is that
Mhm.
back when he was a big real estate mogul, he actually was sued in the biggest housing racial discrimination case of all time, where he was
Yeah.
refusing to rent to black people.
That's one point you keep bringing up, and it was in the 70s, the late 70s, right? And like 80s, early 80s, a long time ago. The government was trying to probably put people on welfare into his apartments, and he said no. Who knows? I don't know if that's what happened. The way they do the news nowadays, Daniel, is any piece of history they can take that maybe something was bad. They'll say Trump personally did that. Well, it's probably just a fucking effect of New York City's system of owning an apartment building and who can come in and rent there. The government wants to fill your apartments full of people that's on welfare. That might bring the revenue down. Maybe people that aren't on welfare won't want to live there. I mean, that's just a possibility.
The problem is with that is those are all the arguments that somebody would use to do what's called steering or blockbusting, where you discourage people to live in a neighborhood because there's black people there. Next thing you know, all the white people move out.
Red line districts where they segregate. They use a thing to segregate. I don't think Trump had anything to do with any of that. I doubt he was personally involved in any part of the real estate. He just put some money up, put somebody else in charge of doing it. The government's so corrupt. Every county and state has its systems you have to deal with to do anything like build a building or make any money.
Well, what about, to be fair though, but first, before I make my next point, Martian Medicine Man, he says that it was not JFK smoking the joint with Willie Nelson, it was Billy Carter. But anyways, what I was going to say is that, okay, the housing thing, whatever. Personally, I think it looks pretty bad. But what about the fact that he made a part of his campaign to build a wall to keep the Mexicans out? I mean, that's so just racist in itself. Like, oh, we're going to build a wall to keep you out of here. Meanwhile, these Mexican people, they descend from the people that were originally here before any colonialist white people were here. I mean, they were actually like the original people here, and their whole argument is we should be able to go around North America as much as we want because we were here first. And I mean, that stuff, I don't know how I feel about that stuff. That sounds a little goofy too. But the fact that he's talking about building a wall, that sounds racist to me. Like building a wall to keep a specific, to single out a specific race.
Personally, I would rather not have a barbed wire fence or electronic wall that you can't get out of here in case this country goes bad, right? Like Jesse Ventura lives down in South America just because he knows you maybe don't want to be here because this is the one they want. This is the plum. This is the golden shining star. We're the one everyone wants to kill because our government's become such a corrupt. God damn, we're living in a country that is making everyone want to kill us. That's how bad this fucking government's got.
From J Vega 419, he says Abraham Lincoln wanted to send all the black folks to Africa after the War of Northern Aggression. Is that true? That sounds terrible. You know anything about that, Todd?
Abraham Lincoln wanted to send the black people to where?
Africa. That's what Jay Vega's claiming. I never heard of that before.
I kind of think that Lincoln, that wasn't the whole reason he went to war. I don't think that was the main reason. I mean, that was a side effect. That was something that had to be done. That was ridiculous.
Trump also, he said that after the Charlottesville thing where the guy drove the car into the crowd of people around that time, he said that there were a lot of good people on the far right. That, I mean, why would somebody say something like that? Like, you should never praise
Daniel,
KKK people.
If you're buying into 1 minute of the garbage that they are cooked up about Charlottesville,
that's not just 1 minute.
Videos.
There's three different things I brought up.
No, Daniel, I looked at those videos of Charlottesville where people were pounding on that fucking car and going to kill those two guys in the car. They sped off. The people were jumping on the car. They were running in front of it. They wanted to get ran over. I'm not saying the girl that got ran over, it was her fault, but she was beating on the car and they were, fuck, what would you do if 300 rabid people are beating on a car wanting to kill you? As soon as they get you out, they're going to kill you.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. That's not, whatever side
dude,
you're
the
on, behaving that
Charlottesville,
way is
no,
not good. Yeah.
it's not.
I'm not like
No,
defending those people
it's
attacking the
not
people in the
just
car.
that. It's not
I'm
just that.
saying the rhetoric. The things that Trump is saying is to get racist KKK people to vote for him.
No, the news spun his speech where he mentioned Charlottesville and he said there were good people on both sides. If you listen longer than that one little tiny clip the news tries to present as his racist comment, you'll hear him saying people were kind of incensed because they want to tear down statues that have been there for 200 years. And I get the point of the people that are mad about what's happened. None of that was played. All you heard was there were good people on both sides, and the news played clips of fake Nazis coming up with tiki torches marching down there. The news is doing a fake Nazi thing. The government's doing a big psyop, Daniel, where white supremacists are everywhere. You know how to spot a fake white supremacist? Let me tell you how. They wear a mask and glasses and they don't show their face. And they're telling you to do something crazy.
How about this? So okay, that's three things. You kind of rebutted them, but okay, let's look at the fact that when Trump was first starting his campaign, it was built in a way to appeal to the same people because he came up with all this birther stuff. I mean, whether that's true or not, I'm not an Obama fan. I think the Democrats are just as evil and corrupt as the Republicans. I say that they're about equal in that regard.
That's been proven that Hillary did the birther stuff.
But if she started it, Trump was at least involved in it because he was talking quite a bit about that birth certificate, and he was doing that to appeal to the same group of people. They're like KKK people, like that, that people that hate and have racial feelings of xenophobia.
No, I don't see that. He doesn't treat people like that. Where do you see racism? I see him hanging out with black people all the time. And I'm not saying he's not a racist. I don't know him.
Okay, let's say I'm on Twitter, right? And I'm browsing Twitter and I see a video of like some black people like attacking a white person. Under the comments, it's almost all like MAGA type of people. They're like, oh, we always see the one type of people in these videos. Oh, what do all these people have in common? There's a lot of like racial comments from these people. And I want to bring up one more point, Todd. Trump himself calls himself a nationalist. And a nationalist is like that movie Gangs of New York, Bill the Butcher, the people that don't want anybody coming in, the people that are all about like this culture, and they're even fighting and having bloodshed in the streets because of this. You know what I'm saying?
No, that's isolationist. A nationalist is somebody that just is for his country. He's like, I'm all national. First thing is our country. Next thing is whatever deals are going on everywhere else. That's a nationalist. An isolationist is, I'm not going to deal with anybody. That's an isolationist. Cut off, not dealing with anybody. Trump is a fucking nationalist. He loves our country. That's the main reason I love Trump, is because he loves our country. And I ain't heard one goddamn politician in 50 years say America is okay. It's fantastic, which we are.
Oh,
so
your phone dropped. Suddenly we're looking at your ceiling fan. Are you okay?
Sorry.
You get attacked by ghosts?
No, I got a little excited about how much Trump loves our country.
JVega419 says, not true, Daniel. A nationalist is my country first. So he seems to be on your side of this, Todd.
Yeah.
Does that make you feel better?
That's all he's done. He ain't done anything else. He didn't round up. Only people getting round up right now is anybody opposed to this garbage system they're trying to put down.
Okay, wow. I got another one, Todd. Are you prepared to handle this one?
Keep it going. Keep it going.
I'm going to pull up the big guns. I'm letting you talk. Yeah. I'm not interrupting you. We're having a fair conversation.
No, I'm going to defend Trump. You're going to debate.
Okay, so what I want to talk about is Trump moving the capital of Israel to Jerusalem, even though that was supposed to be negotiated and worked out between Israel and Palestine. Palestine was supposed to have some kind of seat at that table. That seems a little unfair to me. That feels like Trump is pushing this whole Rothschild Israel agenda that every president seems to push. So people are telling me Trump's different. Well, if he's different, why is he pushing? Why is he pushing all this policy in Israel? It feels like he's more into making sure Israel it gets certain things. I'm sorry, he's more concerned about making certain things happen in Israel according to the agenda, the Rothschild elite
He's the
agenda,
best
rather than
president the United States ever had for Israel. Yeah, he said it himself. Yeah.
yeah, that's Israel is not America. That's got to be the biggest like so-called Illuminati New World Order agenda that's out there is the whole
Yeah.
state of Israel and treating the Palestinians terribly because he took money from the Palestinian refugees right after he put the capital of Israel into Jerusalem. How can anybody say that Trump is all for America? It makes me just think that people saying that don't understand the situation in Israel.
There's so much money, I guess, coming out of Israel that whatever they want happens. I mean, it just fucking happens if people that are in favor of that are in charge. Joe Biden's not a big Israel supporter, but those relationships aren't broken, as you know. I'm sure it rolls on just as it
Yeah,
has been.
he's pro-Israel. He's all
Oh yeah,
for
no.
Israel. Yeah,
Every day there's some new politician saying we have to pass a bill that we all love Israel, and it's like, why? Why is this going on? Can't we take care of the United States? What's happening, Daniel, is we've supported the entire world. We give hundreds of billions of dollars to everyone in the world. I think we give to every country, Daniel. That comes out of you and I's pocket every day, Daniel, to support every country and every program these suckers want to put on, right? And fuck me if they're not. You notice how? Let me tell you something about this Trump case this week. That's the biggest story going in Florida. They moved the case to Florida. You know why? Because they have a rocket docket where a trial can be done in 1 week. If it's up in New York, it might take 6 months or 2-3 years. Government's favorite tactic, if it doesn't like you, it drags you through court and makes you bankrupt because you pay so much money to defend yourself. They rushed it to Florida so they can convict him, so he can be convicted before he runs for the 2024 presidential run.
Well, I got one more, Todd. You want one more?
Oh,
Or should we just
as
stop
many as
it?
you got. No. I
Okay.
want you to beat Trump to a poll. Give me your best.
Okay.
You say
And
there's some black people in New York that he didn't like and he didn't want them in his buildings, and I'm telling you, I don't buy it. Sounds like stuff that came out of a liberal, a liberal hate Trump news source.
okay, so there's the whole thing about Trump having, well, I should say special interest groups holding events at Trump properties and paying tons and tons of money into these events, like making them these huge, spectacular events. One of these companies being one that starts with a P that I'm not going to mention because we don't talk about
Pfizer.
the top. Shut up.
Sorry.
It's okay. But
Oh, no.
we don't want to talk about that whole thing because that's bad. We're good kids over here. But anyways,
Motherfuckers.
yeah. But anyways, all these special interest groups, they are paying him tons of money so that they can gain favor when he's out there actually making decisions. You know what I'm saying? Like that's corruption. That's proof of corruption.
Well, I kind of see it like when he went in there. Here's how I fantasize, this went down. He didn't realize that these evil people are right there on his shoulder pretending to be his friend. And then they come up with all this pandemic stuff. he had to go along with it because he's president and he can't override the health commissioner. So he got sucked in there. And now we're all stuck with what was produced. He's not going to back down from producing the vaccines.
Well,
that
no,
were
no,
rushed.
no. I don't want
They
to talk
weren't
about
really
that.
rushed either.
Shh, I don't want to talk about
Oh,
that. I'm
sorry.
talking about people paying money to have events at Trump properties, just the same as like Japan was paying Bill Clinton to have talks after his presidency and paying him millions because of things he did for Japan during his presidency. I mean, I love Japan. I'm Japanese, but that's not right. That's corruption.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have some. They're on TV. They're behind every show you're watching. So why wouldn't they be at Trump's properties? Why wouldn't they have some money going that direction? They have money going everywhere. They have so much fucking money there. They're pulling our society whatever direction they want. I'm gonna say a couple good things Trump did. First thing he did, he got us out of the fucking climate control thing they were going to lock us into, waste all our money, force all of our corporations to go green. We're already the greenest country on earth. Second thing, he put a spotlight on the swamp. He came out and told everybody this whole system's corrupt. We owe him our lives for telling everybody how corrupt the goddamn system is. Nobody else could be there in that position and do it right in front of you. I'd say it, but it might piss people off. He's a martyr. He's becoming a martyr. He told you what was going on. Now they're persecuting him. Could be our next president running from jail, running for president from jail. First time ever. If that's not enough to convince you that they don't like him, I mean, what else can he do? Bring America back. Remember his 4 years? It was awesome. Look at Biden's 4 years. We're in hell. What else must I say? Other good things about Trump. He put a spotlight on the swamp. That's my biggest one, Daniel.
He was on Epstein's airplane.
Yeah, but he lit these guys up. He showed us all what they're doing, like cockroaches running around doing squirty shit in the night. He lit the whole thing up. And now he's still paying for it. Ever since he told everybody that the military-industrial complex was in charge and they're lying to you about everything, in the first debates, that's ever after they've been after him.
Well,
when he was president, we weren't at war. 4 years, first time in decades that we weren't in a declared war. He was trying to pull the troops out. They were fighting them tooth and nail. Joe Biden already made deals to go to war in Ukraine, support Ukraine against Russia. Fuck, we're in the worst situation we could be now. With Joe Biden, we're in the worst situation.
I got another one. Okay. You ready?
Yep.
So what I have trouble understanding is how can people know all this stuff that I'm talking about and then at the same time believe that anybody could penetrate the power structure of this country, knowing everything's like Freemasonry, secret societies, corruption in every direction, Illuminati. How could anybody see all of this yet think that somebody like Trump would be able to actually be a good person and be against the system and make it to the presidency? Wouldn't he have been killed or assassinated way earlier along or blocked somehow? Like, how could he have ascended to the most powerful position in all the world, at least on the exoteric world? How could he have ascended to this position without these people, these Luciferian pedophiles, without them shooting him in the head and blowing his brains out?
He's been in New York. He's been in the spotlight. He's built buildings. He's a celebrity. He's been on TV. He's the perfect guy. Every debate, you can't win against him. Wow. Is that just a coincidence that he's got the sharpest tongue in the room, no matter who he's with? He sounds like the description Jesus is going to come back with a sword coming out of his mouth, cutting them down with the truth.
Is
I
that
don't see the
really
racism, Daniel. They built up the racism.
okay?
You're
This is
saying
another. I'm
you're
sorry to
riding
interrupt
the
you,
edge
but
of the
there's another.
racism. But go ahead.
Yeah, it's just because I want to touch on something you said. This thing about like Jesus, like I hear people all the time compare Trump to Jesus or to the Archangel Michael, but I that drives me crazy because I am somewhat of a Christian. You know, I know my beliefs are more like ancient mysteries type of shit, but um, the fact that people would even compare Trump to Jesus that infuriates me. That's like that's saying Satan is Christ
Well,
and our Savior. I mean, the guy
if
he says,
they,
"I want to grab women by the pussy." He supposedly he's walking in the dressing rooms. He's a
hey,
nasty
Jesus
man.
was hanging out with prostitutes, Daniel. So
He talks about his daughter Ivanka in a semi-sexual way. The Trump family from Bavaria, who became the Trump family, they got their money from prostitution. Like to say that this guy is like Jesus, man, that makes me so mad.
I didn't
Jesus
say
is
he was
Jesus.
like Jesus, but if they keep witch hunting him, if they hang him on a cross down there in fucking Florida before he runs for president, they're gonna make him into a martyr, a Jesus-like figure. He's already the most persecuted man in the world because of the stupid establishment. Is that a show? Is that fake or is that real?
Well, hey Todd, I appreciate you participating in this because, like, I've had a long time to prepare for this. Like, I've been researching the past 2 weeks, and you're just kind of coming on and freestyling. So I appreciate you being a good sport and kind of debating me a little bit.
No, I'll debate you because I know that I know all his weaknesses. If you want to talk about his weaknesses, go look at his relationship with Roy Cohn, which is one of the worst. The lawyers back then that represented pedophile things where they would set people up for the government. McCarthy was doing the communists, he was looking for the commies, and Roy Cohn was this lawyer in the background that was powerful, and it was setting politicians up with kids, getting videos of them and blackmailing them.
That sounds. I see. I don't even know anything
And that's one
about
of the
this. That's
most
crazy,
famous
man.
lawyers. He's one of the most famous lawyers in New York.
So this is
And,
Trump. He was Trump's lawyer for a while.
he was involved with the Trump family. I don't remember exactly how it comes in, but man, his history. If you go look up Roy Cohn,
Roy
it'll connect.
Cohn.
Yep, it'll connect you right to Donald Trump and how it's connected, and it's pretty spooky.
And he
Pretty
has
ugly.
pictures taken of him with Epstein and Ghislaine. I have a feeling that Trump has been deep state for a long time.
Well, I've told you before, Daniel. If that's true, I hope not. But my point is, nobody else can deal with this. If he isn't the horrible thing we hope he isn't, nobody else but him can deal with these people. He had that election stolen. He's faced with all this garbage from these guys. He's the thing that's going to clean these guys out. If we got a chance at doing it, it's him. There's nobody on the horizon, nobody you can see in eyesight that can cut these suckers down and get right back to get right at them. What we need to do, get rid of these fuckers. Our country's been taken over by people that were put in by the deep state, and that's my opinion. You might think that's a show, Donald Trump, he's guilty of all this shit, but I think he's our last hope. We need to all vote for Donald Trump.
Sticking to your guns.
Yep. Bring me more evidence. Bring me pictures. He never went to Epstein Island. There's no record of him there. There's no picture. He's with Epstein, but he's not with some young girl. They got Trump saying Epstein liked young girls. He liked some really young, like Trump didn't. Like, I don't like them that young, was Trump's
I
statement.
like
Go
him
look it
young,
up.
just not that young.
Just not that long. You know, get them up to the legal age, then it's all
At
good.
least
You
18.
know? At least 18. So I'm not going to argue that Trump's an angel. I mean, give me a break. But everything you're reading in the news is propaganda, big time.
All right. Well, like I said,
They
Todd, I
They wouldn't
appreciate
go
you.
after him like this if it wasn't if he wasn't a threat to them.
All right. I appreciate you taking part in the debate. I think you did a very good job. I'll let the listeners decide who was victorious. I'm sure that the pro-Trumpers will say it was you, and the
I
anti-Trumpers
could
will
go
say it was me.
deeper. I could go deeper. We weren't all praying for our, dying and praying for the low prices to lower for everything. Gas was $2 a gallon. Money was coming out of the air like manna when Trump was president. Obamacare wasn't taxing us. Ugh. God, and then
All
we
right.
had
All right. We
some.
got to draw this to a close, though, because we're
All right.
headed towards 4 hours. Do you have anything else you want to say to the people out there?
Yeah, I got one last thing to say to everybody in the whole show. Thanks, Daniel, for bringing us on here. Sure appreciate your show. Man, anybody that loves Daniel's show, please donate to this because fuck, I love this, and let's keep this bitch going. If Daniel didn't have to work as hard as he did, he could be here more often. And so everybody, please, let's donate to Daniel. Let's get this bitch up off the ground, running, flying like an eagle. I got a shout out to Michael Deacon. Michael Deacon got Clyde Lewis on. Right on, Michael Deacon. Fantastic. Love that show. You're really tearing it up over there. Keep going. Don't you agree, Daniel?
Yeah, definitely. Michael was almost able to join us for this show, but he had other things he had to do. But we will definitely be having him here on the roundtable again soon.
Well, I just wanted to shout out fucking killer. You got the white whale, Clyde Lewis.
And I was also on the Michael Deacon program a few episodes ago. We did a whole expose on Howard Stern. I was the guest. That's actually the second time this year I've been the guest on that show. I don't know if the first one is available for everybody or if you have to join his Patreon to hear it. That first
Is there
one.
two? Is there two?
Yes. There's one where I go really deep into the Anunnaki and stuff like that. I mean, I could go on all day about that stuff, but I don't want to go down that rabbit hole right now.
Daniel, I was trying to figure out how we could get your show to make some money. Like you could do some side shows that people have to pay $2 or something to get into on the side.
Well, just go to endofdaysradio.com and click donate. You can donate through PayPal or the Bitcoin. To answer your question, Todd, that's great. There is actually something that I'm working on, and if anybody can help me with it, I would appreciate it. But basically what we want to do is we want to put together a little bit of a team, and this team is going to kind of go around and solve mysteries and get into haunted houses and UFO hotspots and stuff like that. It's going to be like In Search Of, but modernized with some really cool characters from a few different podcasts. Maybe even like Todd Miller.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. So people that
put some star brains on these things.
Exactly. It's people, everybody who's on the show would have like some kind of following. They have like a show or a platform, and we'd all get together and we're basically a super group. And we're interested in talking to Discovery.
Sounds like the Justice League.
Yeah, we're interested in talking
to sounds like the Avengers.
Yeah, we're interested in talking to Discovery or Discovery Plus or the Travel Channel or the History Channel or any platform out there that could perhaps pay us a little money to do this show. And several characters are involved that you people out there may or may not know, but we're looking for some kind of help with this. And if you're interested in putting a great show together, then reach out. That's Daniel endofdaysradio@gmail.com.
Oh, that's for everybody else. Daniel, please let me know. Yeah, call me later if that's what you want to do, or if there's something there.
Definitely.
But no, that's so cool, man. What a great show. Sherry Sorry you didn't get to tell everything you wanted to say because fuck, you were taking us down that great road of Mandela effect, which I love. Berenstein Bears, I love all that shit. Boy, go down that thing, go down that road. Mind that where reality's bending. We've had whistleblowers last week that we didn't get a chance to talk about that, all of us. Some big whistleblower come out and he said that there's evidence that government's been hiding UFOs. They picked them up, first one in 1930 over in Italy. And they have a UFO story where a guy goes into the UFO. They're like, go into the UFO and it's 20 feet on the outside. And when he goes into the inside, it's the size of a football field. So time and space is being warped inside of this thing. When the guy came out, he was feeling sick. This is what the whistleblower's telling him he's heard. There's up to 15 UFOs the government's found. Crashed, some of them intact, some of them not. And different species of aliens. No one even cares. The news has been lying to everybody for so long that everybody's yawning when the biggest UFO revelation supposedly ever has been introduced. So are you with me, Daniel?
As always, just letting you talk, letting you have the soapbox.
Who said that fucking they were gonna put a fake alien invasion on? Have UFOs coming out of the skies, underground bases. They've already been digging holes and flying shit and platforms up in space. Yeah, the guy they killed. Yep. So, I love this show. Anyways, Daniel, fantastic. Thanks for having us all on.
Definitely,
Anybody
Todd.
That loves
and
this show, donate. Was there anything else? There might be another story. There might be one more story. I'm not sure, Daniel. Was there one more story? When we should talk about
no, man.
Super cheesy.
I'm starting to gas out. We got to draw to a close, and we'll be back next week. Don't get too comfortable because
I won't be
will
here
be a
week,
show next week. Yeah, no more breaks. No more breaks.
Every other week I'm with my family, but this week I'm with you guys. I'm with End of Days Radio.
So what about Fridays? Friday you work?
Every other week I'm going with my family.
On Friday and Saturday?
Yep.
Okay. Well, family comes first. I can't say that I disagree with that.
Yeah.
La Familia.
Totally. If you're on every week, I'll be on every other week with you.
All right. Well,
but I will be here.
We won't have Todd next week, but we will have berries and cream and everything else.
Who are you having on next week?
There's a few different people in the works. There's a very interesting gentleman that is a truck driver who is an ex-Freemason who has he says that he has the wildest story of all time and he wants to come on here and share it. So something where we're going deep into maybe possibly the Masonic world. We had a guest like that on a long time ago, probably one of the craziest shows that sticks out in my mind, where this guy kind of like entered the Masonic hive mind. I never forgot about that. There was this shit about 3 dots, and man, that was just
Sounds good.
At the time I had trouble believing it, but knowing what I know now, it all fits together.
No, wow, holy shit.
Yeah, there's some stuff cooking up. There's some shit cooking, man.
Oh, keep it cooking. Let me know on the inside, Daniel. Don't break the story on air.
Okay.
Give me some warning if suddenly we're going to be investigating UFOs.
A little surprise is good too, though. Keep you on your toes.
Like that.
Okay, I'm gonna let you go, Todd.
Not in the age of COVID. No surprises.
I'm gonna let you go, and we'll talk next week or the week after.
Buddy. Sounds fantastic.
Buddy. Peace. Okay. Wow. We're at the 3 hour and 49 minute mark. We're still broadcasting. We're still trudging through the night. It's almost 8 o'clock here. It's finally starting to get a little bit dark. I like to rage into the night. It's Friday. Everybody who's over the age of 25 probably isn't going out there and clubbing. They're probably, I'm sure some people are going to a baseball game or a movie or something like that. Maybe they're going to get dinner, but a lot of people are just sitting at home. A lot of people are just sitting at home with not a whole lot to do, and they're thinking, man, what kind of loser am I? It's Friday and I've got nothing to do. I have no one to hang out with. Well, those days have come to an end, my friends. All you have to do is come to End of Days Radio on Friday nights, sometimes Saturday nights, or afternoons, I should say, depending on your time zone. If you're on the East Coast, you'll definitely be nights. But come hang out. This is a place where you can talk to people like yourself, people that have had supernatural experiences, people that have had interdimensional experiences, people that have entered the dreamscape and talked to dead loved ones, people that have exhibited strange paranormal powers, all types, all types. It takes a village to raise a child, and that's what we have here. We have a village full of people that have experienced the fringe, the weird, the woo. If you want to hang out with people that actually understand you, that you know are not NPCs or non-player characters or spiritless humans, you can come hang out with us. By the way, it's time for the mind-blowing moment of the day. I would say that the thing that probably blew my mind personally was the cornucopia being a symbol of Bacchus. I think that's what he said, wasn't it? Did I hear that wrong? Was it Bacchus or was it Baal? I don't know. But it was a symbol of somebody. And I had no idea. That stuff about the like orgy thing on True Blood, the goddess, man, that is some deep shit. Who's behind it all? I love that part. I love all the parts, but that part especially. Dude, that sounded nasty. Sports. It's time for sports. That means the show is coming close to an end because, well, I have a little bit of other stuff to talk about, but I kind of tried to bring it up when we were talking to other people because I realized that we were going into the red. You got to watch that runtime because you got to think about it. If this is a 4-hour show and most actual radio shows have commercials, that means this is more like an 8-hour show. And that's a long time. I hope that it's enough to get you through your week because you can listen to parts of it each day. And by the time you get to the next show, you should be done with it. Right? I don't think that I'm hurting you by doing a long show. You can just listen to part of it if you want. And if it's intriguing, then you can continue. I get nothing but good feedback about the long show. My gut, my logical sense tells me watch that runtime, do a show that's 2.5 hours. But the feedback I get from you guys is, Daniel, I love the long format show. I absolutely love the long format show. I keep hearing that and something clicks inside of me and I'm like, hey, listen to the listeners. The second you stop listening to the people that support you is the second that you don't have support from the people that support you. I'm all about the listeners. I'm all about the fans. I'm all about the people that want to listen. Because if you didn't beat me over the head every time I disappear for a few months and say, Daniel, where the F is your show? I wouldn't be doing this. You guys give me the love I have for doing this show because I know you miss it and you want to hear it when it goes away. And that's enough to keep me going. I mean, a few donations helps. Don't get me wrong. I got bills. I got to pay to keep these lights on, these servers up. But it's what you guys put out there that makes me want to do this. And it's been a long time. And there's been a lot of different faces on here. And before that, a lot of different voices on here. And it's amazing being connected at this point to all these people and to still be in good spirits and still be in good health and not be dead like a lot of these people that are into this sort of stuff, right? Like so many, like even people that have been on here. How many of our guests have died over the years? Like, man, that's depressing to even think about. But when you're a radio or a podcast guy, you do so many shows, it's just like, man, sometimes you even forget things. But I feel blessed. That's all I can say is I feel blessed to be a part of this, um, to be gr- to be blessed with knowledge, to be blessed with an understanding of what's really going on in this world, to be able to see beyond the veil. There's nothing that turns me on, so to speak, more than that. That is what fuels me day to day. That's what I'd rather be doing instead of working 9 to 5. I'd rather be doing that 24/7, or I got to sleep, but the rest of the time I want to be delving into these mysteries. And every time you tell somebody about this show, every time you spread the word, you help me get closer to my goals and my dreams, which is to just put on a better show for you. Anyways, I wanted to point out that we are less than 2 months away from football season. On local sports radio, it's just football, football, football. People around here, they love baseball, but man, football is so much more popular these days. I'm sure the complete opposite was true back in the old days, but football, 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 American football has taken over. I believe it's one of the most watched. The Super Bowl is one of the most watched events there is, period. Like all these shows that nobody watches anymore in events because people don't watch TV like they used to. The Super Bowl is just raking in more viewers than ever. And I suppose that's probably why you see that weird Illuminati shit all over the Super Bowl, especially during the halftime show. But we are only less than 2 months away from once again experiencing the adrenaline, the sacks, the interceptions. We are less than 2 months of being back in that world, and I'm excited about it. Like we got a good team up here forming. It might be the best team. I'm optimistic, but it might be the best team since we won the Super Bowl. And there's all kinds of stuff going on in the NFL right now. We're going to see how Aaron Rodgers does. We're going to see if Russell Wilson does a little bit better in Denver. Maybe the basketball team winning might motivate him a little bit. But I'm excited. My favorite is football. Except when I get baseball fever, my favorite is baseball. I fall into that madness, that baseball madness. But the excitement of a football game, it's hard to match that. The raw intensity, the muscle and the power and the speed and the accuracy. It's there's nothing like it's like a war out there, right? It's like a gladiator game, but the one where they had a bunch of people fighting because they're actually using strategy out there. In the pro wrestling world, because we cover it all, CM Punk returns Saturday night on AEW's new show Collision. Talking about that CM Punk again. We keep going back there. This guy fascinates me. I don't know why, but he's back. The reason they have a whole separate show for him is because he got in a real life violent altercation with other wrestlers. These guys were fighting for real because of stuff that was happening on the show and behind the scenes. They got in a real bloody fight, right? I don't know who won. From what I can tell, it was just both sides lost because so much damage was done to AEW itself. And these individuals have to go their separate ways. That is what Tony Khan and the company has deemed. And somehow he got the network to buy into a whole nother show. I don't know how he pulled that. It's not like the ratings were that high. Somehow he got them to buy into a whole nother show. So on Saturday nights, it's not even going to be a 1 hour show like Rampage. It's going to be another 2 hour show. So we're talking about 5 hours of AEW per week, not counting the other company they own, Ring of Honor, which has its own weekly show, I believe. I think they canceled their internet show to move more of the production to the new show. I mean, it's smart, especially if they can actually do something with it, but it's also dumb because it's gambling. It's hoping that people get intrigued enough by the CM Punk thing to actually show up to show up when it's so hard to get people to show up nowadays because everybody's on their smartphones, everybody's watching streaming stuff, and everybody's on social media. So best of luck. I have a good feeling about it, a good gut feeling. I just hope that Punk does not deteriorate into that guy that is pissed off and is antisocial and is uh, paranoid and just aggressive for no reason, miserable, just toxic. I hope he stays optimistic because if he turns back into that guy, it could give him problems like it always has. Um, Interesting watching because it's just so up and down with him. It really is. It's like watching this guy and his career and watching it implode. Then he finds something else, and then it implodes. He finds something else. He makes it work. It's just amazing. In other news, jumping over to the world of mixed martial arts, aka cage fighting, or aka no holds barred fighting. In that world, Conor McGregor, hero of millions, hero of billions, possibly. Excuse me, I had to burp. He has been accused of rape, right? Rape, and bad for the sport. Sad to hear. Bad for people that support him. Bad for him. This is terrible news. At first, I thought it was like a Kobe Bryant thing where they're accusing him and he would never do that. He's a good guy. But then supposedly there's this footage out there of him dragging the girl into the bathroom or pulling her in the bathroom. And that's pretty damning. I don't know what's actually on the video footage, but I have to kind of withdraw my immediate defense of Conor McGregor. I was quick to defend him, but do I really know him in that way? No. Even if I did, he could still be guilty. And to do something in such a public place and to be so aggressive, I don't understand that. I don't understand. It would seem impossible to me if that video did not exist. For me to say, okay, that video exists and this girl's also lying and trying to turn it into something, well, that's counting a little bit more against chance. I don't know. But it makes me think of Mike Tyson. I feel like Mike Tyson's completely innocent. I don't feel like he's the type of person that would do that. He seems like a good person. He did time in jail or prison because of these allegations, and it ruined his career. He lost so much during that time. I feel like he was innocent though. And you have this guy from what's his name? Danny Masterson, who has the same first name as me. Yuck. Danny Masterson. He from that 70s show, and he was with Ashton Kutcher on sorry, my brain's trying to work. The Ranch that was on Netflix. And funny show, by the way. Really good show. It has Sam Elliott on there playing the dad, and those two had great chemistry. Real funny guys. But then it turns out he's this disgusting rapist, and he's part of the Church of Scientology, and this and that. And man, like, why do these seemingly cool people have to do something like that? And then there's this stuff about the Church of Scientology maybe covering it up. And that Church of Scientology stuff just makes me cringe. It makes me cringe. Like that picture where it says Church of Scientology Celebrity Center. It's like this big stone building they have in some major city. It says Celebrity Center. Like, what celebrity in their right mind would walk up to that building, see that sign, and then say, man, that's cool. I can meet celebrities. Like, what kind of dork would you have to be to think that's cool and actually want to join? That's something I don't understand. And Tom Cruise, That Church of Scientology made that guy mental. They ruined him. I don't care what anybody says. He had his brain rotted out by that L. Ron Hubbard, whatever his name is, all that bullshit. And that's some bullshit too, because it's so stupid and simplistic. Like, oh, there's this alien overlord named Xenu, and he did this, he did that, and all these spirits got trapped in a volcano. Like, that's some comic book shit. Who would believe in that? You have to be stupid. Like, this stuff we talk about on this program, this is the real shit. That is a scammer trying to make money off of people. And sadly, we often get grouped with people like that, even though we're the real thing. And the money I've made doing this probably couldn't pay for a used Pinto. Even though that's the fact, we still get grouped together. It's a shame. Continuing on. Let's move on to baseball. In the world of the Oakland Athletics, fans are very upset. They're doing terrible this year. Their record is awful. They are possibly moving to Las Vegas, and they're going to leave those people without a team. Like, so many things are going through my brain. I'm thinking, well, California has too many baseball teams already. It's a big market down there, but why do they have to have so many, right? Isn't 2 enough? Do they have to have like 3 or 4? It makes me feel like it's not a bad thing. But then there's the fans. There's fans that have been watching this team for a long time, and I remember how it felt when the Sonics got taken away. So I'm disgusted by what's going on. I feel bad for them. It's all over the news. All these teams want to move to Las Vegas because Las Vegas is starting to become huge. It's got tons of people investing in it. There's this whole movement to turn Las Vegas into like a more friendlier town where people can shop and be in a crime-free area that has new shit everywhere that people actually want to live in. They're trying to get away from the image of the mafia and the gambling, and they're trying to get to this different type of perception where it's seen almost like this area was seen back in the 90s, where Seattle was like the place that people should go live. They're doing something like that. All these real estate people, these people trying to make money, they're investing tons and tons of money into Las Vegas, and that's why sports teams want to move there. They want to move there so that they can make money off of this new emerging market. That's kind of cool in a way, but also that's kind of shitty, and I doubt that things are going to work out down there the way that people all want. I think if you're good with money, it might be a good idea to invest in that area in some way. But at the same time, I don't see it turning into some mecca like they're hoping that it will. I don't think they're ever going to get away from that image of Las Vegas, of gambling and hookers. And especially if all that stuff is still legal down there. I've seen all these crazy videos come from there. And then there's that movie, what's it called? Dazed and Confused in Las Vegas. No, that's not what it's called. You know, the one with Johnny Depp where he's tripping on drugs and he's like going through Las Vegas. Let me look that up because I feel like a moron. Oh, that's right. I remembered before I even finished typing. It's Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. I'm sure everybody's seen that movie because that was what everybody was watching when I was in high school. Everybody had to see Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. At the time, I didn't care for it that much because I was like one of these hippie sort of kids that was like, yeah, man, psychedelics are awesome. They're good. They heal you. And then seeing this guy doing all this crazy stuff in Las Vegas and just not respecting the sacred plants that got under my skin. But I still liked it for what it was. An interesting rambunctious flick. And let's not forget that that's where many of us first heard the word adrenochrome. That was from Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. So there's that whole thing, and the part where all those people in the bar transform into reptilians. It makes you wonder. Supposedly, the guy that wrote it, you know, forget it. I'm never going to remember. I don't want to look it up. So, whatever. But supposedly, he had some kind of connections. He was involved with something or another. And I've heard some real bad stuff about him, but I don't want to say that because I don't know if it's true. I'd have to really research it and find out, which I'm sure I'll get to eventually. And yeah, people do send me a lot of stuff. I try to get to it, but hey, this is not my day job, and it is really hard to do what I do and then do this show on the, it takes up a whole day of my week. And then also get through all the material that I get sent. And I apologize if you sent me anything and I was not able to get to it. Believe me, I'm trying, and I do get to a lot of it. It's something that keeps me entertained, and oftentimes the things people send me are fuel for the show. But if I wasn't able to get to it or give it the proper attention, I do apologize. I'm also involved in other projects as well, so I just have so little time and so much to do. I'm really burning it. I'm burning it what little life I have left in this world, because I realize how short it is and realize how much I need to put the pedal to the metal. I hope everybody out there realizes the same thing. So that was sports. I do want to you're a star. Keep going, buddy. Thank you. I'm a star. I am the morning star. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not slipping back into that again. Everybody remembers when I was briefly very interested in black magic, and I had invoked the spirit of Lucifer, and I was becoming Lucifer until I was saved by prayer. And then it all went away. It all went away. And here I am now, healthy and bushy-tailed once again, with no demons or evil spirits. And like that thing that happened earlier, with the whole Celestine prophecy book, and I'm talking about the spirits that told me this or that. I hope people out there aren't thinking that was like demonic when I said that, or that it was evil spirits, because we have good spirits around us too. We have guardian spirits, we have guardian angels, we have family spirits, familiars, we have other types of guides that our human mind might not understand what they are, who they are, where they come from, yet they are there in some way. There's also a higher self. There's yourself from the future, and the highest evolved, higher dimensional self that is helping you along the timeline. So just because I said something that caused something synchronistic to happen, that's just the magic of this show. That's not the first time that things like that have happened. There's always been magic about this show. This show's existence is magic. But it also permeates this entire show as well. The things that happen on this show go on to affect the rest of society. It captures the attention of, these so-called people that call themselves Illuminati, and then people that are involved with this show, or even before they get involved with the show, they're experiencing these synchronicities, and they're experiencing the veil dissolving, and their environment is somehow interacting with them in a way that they do not understand. You hear this word they or them quite often, and there seems to be something wrong with that. Maybe there is no them or they, right? And what we're actually experiencing is a projection of our own selves. Maybe there's more truth to that than we realize. And as we deal with these nefarious Luciferian forces, we have to also understand that these things are also part of ourselves. And until we can understand them and overcome them, they're probably not going to go away. So keep the faith, and I'll talk to you guys next time. I hope you had a good time. I hope that you were entertained, and I hope that you come back next week to join me once again live for this program. The interaction is what really turns everybody on. So please come to the live show. It's usually going to be on a Friday or a Saturday evening or afternoon. Also, please email me whatever you would like. I can see your comments on Twitter, on YouTube, on Spotify, and all these different places. But when you actually email me, it gets to me right away. It's right there. I want you to email me. Tell me what you really think. If it's good, great. If it's bad, some of you guys have been leaving some more harsh comments lately, but I appreciate your honesty. I'm listening to what you have to say. I'm integrating what you have to say. I'm not ignoring it. So if you have negative things to say, I consider them constructive. If you have positive things to say, I consider that constructive as well. If you have neutral things to say, I consider that neutral. But I'll listen to you. So please email me. That's DanielEndOfDaysRadio@gmail.com. 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 Please listen to the show as much as possible. If you haven't heard all of the episodes, go back and listen to all of them because they're all top notch. I'm very proud of them. I'm very proud of what we're doing here. I'll talk to you next time. Oh, that's right. I can't just end the show. I got to play some music. I must be getting tired.
From the beginning.
And I was shown that that Lucifer would return, that the UN and the Vatican were going to be completely behind it, again, under false pretenses. He's going to show up and say, I'm here to save the day, right? And, okay, fine,
Yeah, of course,
ahead,
you can say
it.
whatever you want.
But
I've always hated censorship. It's the internet.
Sometimes, once they get you for your first love bite, well, it depends on how aware you are, right?
I forgot my bullets. I never had a gun. Here I am left standing. Am I the only one? For what I see, memories have guilted me. I'll never see the sun.
First of all, as you know, the Anunnaki and the Draco are enemies. Second of all, underneath Baghdad was a stargate that was created by the Anunnaki so that they could transfer from Jupiter to the Earth.
I'll never see the sun. I could just end it all, but the demons will have won.
Practitioners that, some are good and some use their magic for good and to heal and to help, and others do use it for evil. And, in some cases, people really were.
This is too much sometimes.